чарівниченько, причарувала моє серденько.
Він ти спрятала біленьким личком, причарувала, причарувала, причарувала.
Ой, ти, дівчино, заручена, я чого ж ти ходиш засмучена, я
Ой, ходжу, засмучена, я що не за тебе заручена я.
Ой, ти, дівчино, словами будеш сама, не знаєш, кого ти любиш.
Ой, знаю, кого кохаю, тільки не знаю, з ким жити маю.
Гей-хо!
Please, take your seats. The session is about to begin. Please, take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Good morning, everyone. If we could all take our seats, then we can begin. Thank you very much. If everyone could take their seats.
When you hear any of these
London,
sounds,
1940.
the government have given instructions for the following
Kyiv,
important announcements.
2022. Fear, pain, despair, anger. Russia's relentless bombings will not stop us. We defend democracy and all our values against Russia's attacks. We rebuild our houses and cities. We clear landmines and sow life. We bring light back into every house and build new bridges. In spite of everything, we love and dream. We fight, we transform.
And work for Ukraine.
We are rebuilding better and greener, using the best of Ukrainian and global innovation. And every day, we look to our future with pride and confidence. United in defense, united in recovery. We build Ukraine.
Please welcome the Right Honourable James Cleverly MP, Secretary Dmytro, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. There are over 1,000 public and private sector decision makers here, governments representing 61 states, 33 international organizations, over 400 businesses and 130 civil society organizations. After nearly 18 months of Ukraine withstanding Russian full-scale invasion, the international community is coming together today with a shared belief and confidence in Ukraine's future. Russia's full-scale invasion has caused untold suffering, but Ukraine is rebuilding now. Recovery offers an opportunity not only to repair what was lost, but to stride forward and to rebuild an economy that is more modern, more open, greener, and more resilient. When I visited Kyiv recently, I could see the construction equipment, the JCBs, already visible everywhere. This URC is about unlocking Ukraine's potential, supporting Ukraine's immediate recovery needs, and unlocking a private sector-led recovery. After the sacrifices and suffering of the war, Ukrainians are planning for a better future. And it is in the interests of the world that that country, the one that they rebuild, should be stronger than ever, integrated into global markets and self-reliant. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage my Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the Ukraine Recovery Conference. Now, before this terrible war, Ukraine's economy was becoming a huge investment opportunity. It was the breadbasket of Europe, exporting millions of tons of food and grain each month. A top 5 exporter of iron ore and steel, a leader in energy, pushing forward renewables, hydrogen and electric vehicles, and a startup nation, which helped spark names like PayPal, WhatsApp and Revolut, with a thriving tech sector which actually had a record year in 2022. Because the truth is, that opportunity is still there today. In fact, the war has only proved how much Ukraine has to offer. When I visited Kyiv last November, I saw this for myself. I saw Ukraine's incredible spirit. A spirit, yes, of strength and defiance, but also of ingenuity and innovation. In a converted office block, I met tech experts, civilian and military, who were working together to find new ways to bolster the country's defences. They were networking mobile phones so that people across Ukraine could download an app which would allow their phone to pick up the sound of the Shahed drones and feed back the location so that Ukrainian air defense could track them and shoot them down. During the winter, Russia tried to destroy Ukraine's energy grid. By February, over 40% of power generation was down. But now, because of that incredible ingenuity and defiance, Ukraine has got the grid back online, and they're even able to start exporting electricity back to Europe. As we've seen in Bakhmut and Mariupol, what Russia cannot take, it will seek to destroy. They want to do the same to Ukraine's economy. And the scale of the challenge is real. The war brought a 29% fall in Ukraine's GDP last year. But just look at the streets of Kyiv. Despite the threat of attack, people are getting on with their lives and getting on with business. President Zelensky's government is determined to drive reforms to become more open, more transparent, and ready for investment. This is a vibrant, dynamic, creative European country that refuses to be subdued. So together with our allies, we will maintain our support for Ukraine's defense and for the counteroffensive. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes for them to continue and to win this war. We'll also stand with them as they win the peace and harness all of that ingenuity and defiance to build the future that they deserve. The question for us today is, what can we do to support this? To fast-track recovery and help Ukraine unleash its potential? It's clear Russia must pay for the destruction that they've inflicted. So we're working with allies to explore lawful routes to use Russian assets. And on Monday, we published new legislation to allow us to keep sanctions in place until Russia pays up. But beyond that, we must bring to bear a partnership of governments, international financial institutions and business leaders, all of us here today, to make this happen. The British government will continue to play its full part, and I'm proud that today we're announcing a multi-year commitment to support Ukraine's economy. Over 3 years, we will provide loan guarantees worth $3 billion. We're also launching a new UK-Ukraine tech bridge to foster investment and talent, along with support for green energy and more, all part of a vast collective effort from allies and partners around the world, including significant new support from the EU, which is also being announced this week. Financial institutions are playing their part. The IMF is putting $15 billion into Ukraine over the next 4 years as part of a $115 billion commitment by the G7 and its partners. And institutions like the EBRD are providing seed capital to support private sector-led growth. Because above all, we must build a platform for business. Only they can truly crowd in the innovation and investment that Ukraine needs. And that's why we're launching the Ukraine Business Compact, for the private sector to pledge their support for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. And I am delighted to announce today that over 400 businesses from 38 countries with a combined market cap of $4.9 trillion have now signed up. Now, the City of London has a huge amount to offer in their deep and liquid capital markets and world-class finance expertise. So there is no better place to announce today the new London Conference framework for war risk insurance. This is a huge step forward towards helping insurers to underwrite investments into Ukraine, removing one of the biggest barriers and giving investors the confidence they need to act. With this and everything that we do here, we are sending a message that our support on the battlefield and beyond cannot be outlasted, and that Ukraine's incredible spirit will prevail. Now, in a moment, I'll hand over to my friend, President Zelensky. But first, I'd just like to share something that I heard recently. It's about a Ukrainian soldier fighting to defend Bakhmut. He was stationed in an empty house, not far from the front line, surrounded by the destruction of war. When he could snatch a moment of free time, he used it to plant seeds. He was trying to create a plot of vegetables, hoping that by the time the homeowners returned, they would have begun to grow. What a profound expression of hope. And you know, from that house to this hall, we're doing the same thing. We're planting the seeds of Ukraine's future. Today, we can water them, and in time, the Ukrainian people will harvest them. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce President Zelensky. Volodymyr, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy to see you, Rishi. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your kind words about Ukraine, about our soldiers, and thanks for your leadership and support the UK provides to Ukraine. Thank you that we are really united in defending freedom. Dear leaders of politics, business, and public opinion, dear presidents, prime ministers, ministers, secretaries, CEOs, and heads of international organizations, and of course, dear journalists. When we are talking about recovery, we are talking about millions of jobs, billions in corporate profits and trillions of GDPs, and not only for Ukraine, but for all our countries, mine and yours, countries that want and will live freely despite any predatory ambitions of various Putins whose brains are poisoned by dreams of war. Growth is always based on values, just as strong investments are preceded by trust, so the growth that we are preparing must be preceded by confidence that what has been rebuilt will not fall. And it's not about bricks, but about life in general. The world is abundant with ruins reminding us of the wars of the past. And politics in different regions, unfortunately, is abundant with sick ideas of hatred and resentment, which point to possible wars in the future. And although no one has the power to cleanse the depths of human nature from the evil that sometimes rises to the surface and destroys and kills. But you and I, and right now, we are able to protect life and overcome the ruins after the Russian aggression in such a way as to block the path for evil, meaning for any new aggressions. The eyes of the world are looking at us and at whether we will defeat Russian aggression exactly as freedom deserves to win, that is without compromising our values. Also, the world is watching to see if we will restore normal life in such a way that our transformation will land an ideological defeat on the aggressor. We protect Ukraine, and thus we protect freedom. And when we build Ukraine, we'll build freedom. Country, region, continent, world. It's a global task. And I want to thank you. And of course, I thank Switzerland, Germany, France, Italy, every country where we have agreed on key principles for recovery. At this conference, we must move from vision to agreements and from agreements to real projects. There is a Ukrainian delegation in London that will present concrete things that we propose to do together. In my tour, I will outline 5 directions in which we have begun to create foundations for peace. The first is the potential of unity. The second is the potential of stability. The third is growth potential. The fourth is security potential. And the fifth, extremely important, is the potential of democracy. So the first point, we are strengthening unity. Ukraine has already succeeded in making the EU as united as it has never been before. This is truly a unity of values, which is reflected in many political, economic sanctions and humanitarian decisions. Ukraine has activated all the power of solidarity for which the EU was conceived. And Ukraine is also activating the moral force of NATO. This is important for all of us. What does the world see now? Does it recognize NATO's moral leadership in protecting peace? This is only possible with Ukraine in the alliance. Just as Ukraine already belongs to the value space of the EU, we already belong to the NATO security space, de facto. Just as Ukraine is already part of the EU's common market and on its way to full membership, we are already defending the common space of freedom in the alliance and are only waiting for the courage of the alliance leaders to recognize this reality politically. Thanks to the same values, we are developing strong bilateral alliances with such leaders of the democratic world and the United Kingdom, the USA, Canada, Japan, Australia, all the EU members. And this gives us new power in defense, economy, and global prospects for democracy. We built our alliances, and thus we are safeguarding the level of freedom to which our people are used to. Second, we are strengthening stability. At least 600 million consumers around the world directly depend on our agricultural production. This is a huge potential for food security. At the times of this war, when Russia blocked our ports and destroyed freedom of navigation in the Black and Azov Seas, the world saw what Ukrainian grain is. Without it, there is the threat of price crisis and social collapse in different countries. We have now partially restored the movement of our agricultural products by sea through 2 export initiatives. And this is stability for a huge social and economic space, from Morocco to Somalia, from China to Lebanon, from Turkey to India, from Spain to Pakistan. Different aspects, different influences, but always a contribution to stability. Another similar area in the energy sector, and I believe that there is no alternative to the green transformation of the economy. And Russian aggression has proven that green transformation is one of the key foundations of security. Each strike on our energy facilities and each manifestation of Russian blackmail with the energy crisis ends the area of fossil fuel dominance and all energy habits, when entire regions could depend on a single supplier, such as Russia. It is green energy that guarantee real energy stability. Ukraine can be and will be one of the key suppliers of clean electricity and green hydrogen to Europe. The potential of this industry alone is about $400 billion. We build agricultural and energy facilities in Ukraine, and thus we are protecting the world from chaos. Third point, we strengthen the growth. There is currently no place in the world where there is a need to construct and rebuild as many objects as in Ukraine. Every new day of Russian aggression brings new ruins. Thousands and thousands of destroyed houses, devastated industries, burned lives. Recently, Russia committed also the largest crime of ecocide in the Europe by blowing up the dam and other structures of the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. What does all this mean? In Ukraine, there is the largest source of economic, industrial, and technological growth in Europe for decades and decades. And by the way, it's not only reconstruction. For example, the green transformation of energy logically stimulates the development of industries such as green metallurgy and green fertilizers. Thanks to its natural resources and industrial traditions, Ukraine can become one of the key global centers of green metallurgy. In addition, we have significant resource of critical resources for the modern economy, such as lithium. So by building with Ukraine and in Ukraine, we fend off our countries and our countries' companies from recessions. Fourth point, we strengthening security. Of course, this war demonstrates what effective defense against aggression in the modern world means, what weapons are needed, and to what extent what infrastructure is lacking, and what production is a priority, what technologies save lives on a large scale, and what systems make it possible to make science fiction a reality on the battlefield. From the production of combat drones to conventional artillery, from an air shield that covers an entire country or even a region to shelters in every school, from infrastructure that is built so that it cannot be destroyed by the Iranian Shaheeds, to cyberspace that remains resilient even in the face of constant cyber attacks. We are doing all this in Ukraine. And we need the experience of our partners in all of this. We build security together, and thus we convince the world that democracies cannot be defeated. And finally, the fifth point, democracy. Russia invaded Ukraine not only to steal our land, resources, and people. It's obvious that without Ukraine, there can be no Russian empire. And it is equally obvious that Russian bosses are very, very afraid of our democracy. Yes, why? Because democracy paves the way for the rule of law, getting rid of corruption, and to the key principle of our countries, every person matters. It's very important. And of course, democracy is in the nature of Ukrainians, and we would strengthen it anyway, no matter what they think or do in Russia. But we all have to realize that the more democracy we have, the greater is strengthened in our entire region. The more rule of law we have, the more law will work here on the eastern flank of Europe. And the more transparent Ukraine is, the uglier any corruption model will look in Russia. Even Russia's full-scale aggression has not stopped our internal reforms. Ukraine will be associated with a fair court, just as it is now associated with courage. Step by step, yes, step by step, we will get there. Thanks to digital transformation, we will show the world how the state can function effectively without any contact between an official and a citizen or a company. All public services can and will be transferred online, from business registration or social assistance to any other public service. And we are already exporting our digitalization to other regions, other countries. We have started such cooperation with Estonia, and we'll continue with Colombia and Zambia. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning. Please be sure to ask our team, our government officials, for more details about this. And this is truly an example of social progress through technology. Even before February 24th, we started dismantling the old oligarch model of economic relations from the post-Soviet period. And this is not just something about the personalities of the oligarchs. It is about changing the approach to economic relations, financial transparency and banking system resilience, market liberalization and competition stimulation, guaranteeing equal and legal conditions for every economic entity, are all areas in which we made progress before February 24th, and of course, which are important, very important now. We build institutions and continue reforms in Ukraine, and thus we are defending democracy and preserving it as a hope for all, at least in our region, that democracy will prevail. Dear ladies and gentlemen, by building Ukraine, we are building much more than one country. We build the world as it will be during the lifetime of our generation and after us. Will it be peaceful? Will it be stable? Will it be democratic? It depends on each and every one of us. And I invite all of you to Ukraine. And by the way, Prime Minister Rishi, we have not seen each other in Kyiv for quite a while. So thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support. Thank you, UK. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Volodymyr, not least for providing options for my summer holiday in a couple of months. But I know I speak for everyone here when I say we are with you. It's not just morally right that Ukraine wins this fight for freedom and democracy, but it's in everyone's interest that you do so as well, and that your economy truly thrives. And we are going to help make that a reality. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone who's here today for your support. I know this is going to be a fantastic conference because we are going to make a difference. We are going to make it count. And now it is my enormous pleasure to introduce someone who has shown tremendous leadership on this issue from the very start, the President of the EU Commission, my friend, Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Sunak, dear Rishi.
Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. What an inspiring speech. And indeed, such an inspiring speech and hope-raising speech against the backdrop that every day we see the devastation brought by Russia to Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are enduring every horror from every direction. From the sky, fire rains. From the ground, they watch their towns sink underwater. Russia fires missiles at innocent civilians for no other reason than one man's delusional attempt to restore a lost empire. But every day we see also something else. And that is what I witnessed firsthand when I last visited the country just over a month ago. I saw a country that does everything possible to rise from the ashes of the war. Every day Ukrainians show us what they are fighting for and what they are dying for. They show it on the battlefield. They show it on their streets. They show it in the classrooms. They are fighting for their future, for a Ukraine free from Russian invaders, for a Ukraine that decides its own destiny, for a Ukraine rebuilt and revitalized. In just over a year, Ukrainians have cleared rubble from 2,000 kilometers of roads, rebuilt over 40 bridges, renewed 900 train stations and depots. And all of this while fighting a war for their own survival. But Ukrainians are not just restoring what used to be. They show us how they are already reshaping their country. Ukrainians are reimagining their future amidst all the loss, the pain, and the suffering. Let me tell you about Irpin School number 17. Shrapnel damaged the school's roof, destroyed its walls, broke all its windows, and destroyed the heating system. And so when children came back to their lessons, they did so in unimaginable cold, until a local NGO stepped in with a simple and creative solution. They installed solar panels on the roof so children could learn in warmth. This small but meaningful use of clean energy to revitalize everyday life is just one example of how Ukraine is not just rebuilding, but reimagining itself. Ukraine has stunned us with their bravery. They have inspired us with their ingenuity. And they have awed us with the way they are transforming their country in pursuit of their dream. And dear friends, it is this dream of a cleaner, greener, more modern Ukraine that will be the lasting legacy of this atrocious war. And it is our responsibility to make it happen. Because Ukrainians are fighting not just for their sovereignty, but we've just heard it also for us, for our values, for our freedom, for our democracies. We can never match their sacrifice, but we can, and we do all stand united, coordinated, and resolute that Ukraine must win, will win, and has our support. Not just for as long as it takes to secure peace, but for a country they are imagining, a country that attracts foreign investment, a country that is master of its future, a country that is a member of the European Union. Together, We will support Ukraine not as individual nations, but as a coordinated community organized under an innovative platform. A platform that will channel support to the reforms and priorities that will make imagination reality. Together we gather here to tell Ukrainians that their dream is also our dream. In January, we all created the so-called multi-agency donor coordination platform. It is a first of its kind in the history of international aid. It brings together Ukraine, the G7, the European Union, the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the IMF, and the World Bank. It creates a single focal point for international donors to guarantee that support goes exactly where Ukraine needs it most. The European Commission is contributing 18 billion euros already this year, and together with other donors, we closed Ukrainians' budget gap for 2023, so that Ukraine can continue to pay salaries, pensions, and, for example, for their health care. This is for Ukraine's immediate needs. But let's talk about the future. I believe the European Union has a special responsibility. And the reason is simple. We heard the President. Ukrainians tell us that when they imagine their future, they see Europe's flag flying over their cities. And I have no doubt that Ukraine will be part of our union. So today, I want to announce two new steps. The first is about Ukraine's reforms and its path towards EU membership. Despite the war, Ukraine has accelerated its reform agenda with impressive speed and resolve. We in the European Union want to match efforts and dedication. And this is why today the European Commission presents a new oral update on the progress Ukraine made, on judicial reform, on anti-corruption, on new laws for media freedom and international minorities, for example. With these reforms, Ukraine also sends a powerful message to private investors. They will get the transparency, the fairness, and the functioning institutions they need to invest in Ukraine. And this is especially important because we need the private sector to step into. Because it is you, the private sector, with your invaluable expertise and your financial firepower that will help Ukraine realize its dreams. You're here today at this conference, and we really need you, and we know we can rely on you. And that brings me to my last point. We want to match Ukrainian reforms with European investments. For every step Ukraine takes towards us, the European Union must take a step towards Ukraine. Yesterday, the European Commission proposed to create a new facility for Ukraine within the budget of the European Union. It will ensure constant financial support till 2027. The facility will be financed in three ways: with grants from the European budget, with loans raised on capital markets, and eventually with proceeds from the immobilized Russian assets. We will come with a proposal for these assets before the summer break because the perpetrator has to be held accountable. Now, what are the estimated needs? Until 2027, Ukraine's remaining fiscal gap is about 60 billion euros. The needs for fast recovery on top are about 50 billion euros. That makes in total 110 billion euros until 2027 that are not covered. Therefore, yesterday I proposed to EU member states to cover 45% of this gap. This is in total 50 billion euros for Ukraine. And we will work with Ukraine on a corresponding plan, and we heard the first outlines of the plan, and more details will come today, for investments and reform. This plan could become an anchor for all international donors, including the private sector. You need predictability, you need clarity, you need transparency. This will help our coordination and will maximize our impact. And this is what I mean when we say we are with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, Putin shattered peace on our continent on February 24th in 2022. But he triggered also Ukraine's journey towards its dream. And it's our job and our duty to the Ukrainians who've paid the ultimate sacrifice, that we ensure that this reimagined future becomes reality, brick by brick, house by house, school by school. Together we are by Ukraine's side for the long haul. Slava Ukraine.
Well, hello, everybody. As you all know, nearly 16 months ago, Russian troops launched a brutal invasion that has brought terror, bloodshed, and anguish to Ukraine and to its people. Russia's actions are not only a vicious assault on a sovereign nation determined to choose its own path, they're also an attack on the international, rule-based order that has underpinned so much of humanity's progress since the end of the Second World War. Early on, I lent my voice to Ukraine's fight for sovereignty and self-determination. I've done this because their struggle is ours too. The alternative to a free and democratic Ukraine is an increasingly illiberal and insular world, a world without justice, a world without equality or the rule of law, a world devoid of human decency and humanity. I'm sure you agree that it's the very antithesis to a world any of us would want to live in. In the last 12 months, I've had the privilege of visiting Ukraine twice, meeting not only President Zelensky, but also countless brave Ukrainians. Many shared harrowing and moving stories of devastation, suffering, and loss. And yet, I've also learned so much about Ukrainians' courage and resilience, and the unbreakable spirit at the heart of their fight for survival. I have more hope than ever that this fight can and will be won. We'll have to see what the coming weeks and months hold, but the continued support of Ukraine's allies has been making a difference, and I hope this support will remain unwavering until the last Russian troops leave Ukraine's sovereign territory, from Donbass to Crimea. Today, I thank all of you who have come to London to discuss what Ukraine's recovery might look like. But more importantly, 44 million Ukrainians, a quarter of them now refugees or internally displaced, look to this conference in anticipation. Their hopes and aspirations are really not different from those most of us hold dear: to live in peace and free from repression, to see their families, friends, and communities flourish, to find opportunity, perhaps even to start a business. That's the humanity behind every figure and every statistic. And we must never forget that this is why we are here. Business will be central to this effort. To begin, we must continue to speak up for Ukraine and against the aggressor. I'm encouraged that so many business leaders have stepped forward and done that. I felt deeply honored when President Zelensky asked me to serve as an ambassador to his initiative, United 24, and will do what I can to be a voice for Ukraine and its amazing people. Sadly, there is an unacceptably large number of businesses that continue to do business in and with Russia, contributing significantly to Putin's war chest. Sanctions must be tightened, loopholes closed, and violations punished. I really hope that governments will find answers to these challenges. There will be no recovery without peace, and for Ukraine to win the peace, business must not stand in its way. Many of us supporting Ukraine welcome the UK government's initiative to launch a business compact for Ukraine, and I'm proud that the Virgin Group is among the first companies to sign on. Ukraine needs a sustained collective commitment across all sectors to help rebuild its infrastructure and its battered towns, and to bring its economy back on its feet. The World Bank estimates that Ukraine's recovery will require at least $400 billion over the next 10 years. Some may call this the cost of fixing things. I'd like to think of it as a smart investment in Ukraine's future that will power innovation and green growth, led by the skill, talent, and determination of Ukraine's entrepreneurial people. Many of us stand ready to do our part, and I urge you all to do yours and create an enabling environment so that Ukraine can build back better. A thriving, prosperous Ukraine is our best hope for peace and stability in the region and beyond. Your support and your commitments will make all the difference. In this spirit, I wish all of you a most productive conference. Cheers. Thank you.
I think if he did raise a glass of whiskey, it would be even a stronger message. But Richard is a good friend of Ukraine. He has been to Kyiv many times. As our brave soldiers are on the counteroffensive against Russian army in Ukraine, we are launching a counteroffensive against destruction caused by the Russian army in Ukraine. And I would like to thank all of you for gathering here. We are not starting from scratch. As President Zelensky said, time has come to move from visions to agreements. And this is why we attach great importance specifically to this event in London. And as we are about to begin the part of the conference led by my colleagues and friends, foreign ministers, I would like to thank all of them personally and their governments they represent for their leadership, commitment, and true friendship in helping Ukraine mitigate the consequences of the disaster caused by the Russian aggression and damage inflicted, not only on us, but on Europe as a whole and Euro-Atlantic space as a whole. Thank you, and we are looking forward to very productive discussions here in London.
Thank you to my good friend Dmytro. And now could I invite my fellow foreign ministers to the stage? Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, Ala Karis, the President of Estonia, Krišjānis Kariņš, the Prime Minister of Latvia, Antonio Tajani, Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, Yoshimasa Hayashi, the Foreign Minister of Japan, Catherine Colonna, Foreign Minister of France, Zbigniew Rau, Foreign Minister of Poland, and Harjit Sajjan, Minister for International Development of Canada. And can I invite first to speak Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Prime Minister Sunak, Prime Minister Shmyhal, thank you for bringing us together and bringing together such a broad and diverse coalition of governments businesses, international financial institutions, civil society groups, all dedicated to Ukraine's recovery. As President Biden has said, since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. And that includes being by Ukraine's side as it recovers from this catastrophic Russian aggression. It's easy sometimes to be a little numbed by what is going on day in, day out in Ukraine. We see the images flash by on our TV screens. We talk about the numbers. And sometimes what gets lost is the day in, day out human devastation that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine. And I think it's so important that even as we gather here today to talk in detail about what all of us are doing together with Ukraine to help it recover, we never lose sight of that human dimension, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Back in April, just one day in this devastating aggression, in the city of Uman, hundreds of miles from the front lines, another assault of Russian missiles on innocent Ukrainian civilians, on apartment buildings, hundreds of miles away. In one of those buildings, before dawn, a Russian missile struck. The father, Dmytro, in his apartment, raced to his children's room. He opened the door to the room to try to see how his children, Kirilo, 17, and Sofia, 11, were doing. He opened the door to the room. It wasn't there anymore. His children were gone. 2 of the 6 children killed that one day in April, as a result of this ongoing aggression against Ukraine. 2 of thousands. 2 stories stopped every day. But as Russia continues to destroy, we are here to help Ukraine rebuild. Rebuild lives, rebuild its country, rebuild its future. Recovery is about more than just ensuring people have what they need to survive: food to eat, water to drink, medicine to take, heat in the winter, electricity in all seasons. Recovery is about laying the foundation for Ukraine to thrive as a secure, independent country, fully integrated with Europe, connected to markets around the world. A democracy rooted in the rule of law, a place where all Ukrainians have dignity, human rights, the opportunity to reach their full potential. Every investment that we make in Ukraine's recovery is aimed at bringing Ukrainians closer to that reality. And today, I'm announcing that with the support of the United States Congress, we will provide more than $1.3 billion in additional aid to help Ukraine toward that goal. We're going to invest over $520 million to help Ukraine overhaul its energy grid, more than half of which, as you've heard, has been destroyed by Russia. And in so doing, make it cleaner, make it more resilient, make it more integrated with Europe. And we'll support Ukraine's energy market reforms to combat monopolies and to spur more private investment, which will enable Ukraine one day to become a major energy exporter. This support will complement the work that's already being done by the G7 Plus Coordination Group, which we launched last October and have co-led ever since, first with Germany, now with Japan. That group has grown to include 18 countries and several multilateral institutions. Together, we've allocated billions of dollars to help repair and rebuild Ukraine's energy sector. We've sent more than 5 million power generators to Ukraine, transformers, cables, pipes, circuit breakers, other pieces of energy equipment. The United States will also provide $657 million to help modernize Ukraine's border crossings, its rail lines, its ports, other critical infrastructure that connect the country with Europe, allowing it to exchange more goods, buy more pathways, more and more efficiently. We'll direct an additional $100 million toward digitizing Ukraine's customs and other systems to boost speed and to cut corruption. And we'll commit $35 million to help Ukrainian businesses and entrepreneurs through financing and insurance that reduces risks for investors in Ukraine. This new support that I'm announcing today comes on top of more than $20 billion that the United States has provided in economic and development assistance to Ukraine's workers, its businesses, its public services, to help them endure the 16 months of punishing conflict with unwavering bipartisan support from our Congress. Across this support, we're striving to build a Ukraine that's inclusive, that's accessible, so that people with disabilities can reach their full potential, which is in the interests of all Ukrainians. My announcement today also comes on top of the more than $2.1 billion in humanitarian assistance that we provided to Ukraine and to the region to respond to Russia's war of aggression, including life-saving aid for those affected by the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam. Within hours of its breach, we mobilized support for evacuations, for emergency deliveries of food, of safe drinking water, of fuel, of medical aid. In the weeks since, we've continued to work with Ukraine in assisting the thousands of people who've been displaced, the hundreds of thousands whose water supply has been contaminated. And these are just the immediate consequences of the catastrophe that will probably wreak environmental and economic devastation for many months and indeed many years to come. Meanwhile, the United Nations has publicly called out Moscow for blocking the UN from delivering aid to civilians in the flooded areas that Russia illegally occupies, adding to Russia's long track record of denying humanitarian access, which is a requirement under international humanitarian law. In addition to our economic development and humanitarian assistance, the United States will continue to invest in Ukraine's long-term efforts to strengthen good governance, transparency, accountability. We'll bolster its justice sector and anti-corruption institutions, strengthen its civil society and its free press. These institutions and organizations empower Ukrainians to hold their government accountable, to check the power of vested interests, and they're crucial to ensuring that the unprecedented resources that all of us are providing are managed responsibly. The Ukrainian government has made meaningful strides in bolstering these institutions, even as it fights for survival. And Kyiv has taken tangible and difficult steps to align its standards and practices with the European Union, particularly since the EU granted Ukraine candidate status a year ago. Earlier this month, Ukraine passed reforms to align its energy market regulations with the European Union, strengthening measures to combat market manipulation and insider trading. And we look forward to the Rada taking up anti-monopoly legislation very soon. Adopting these and other critical reforms to increase Ukraine's transparency and competitiveness, to bolster the rule of law, will help attract more private investment. And that is essential. And you heard it from my colleagues. Governments are doing a lot. International financial institutions are doing a lot. Both of us have a hugely important role to play in Ukraine's recovery. But it is not enough. Only the private sector can mobilize the level of investment necessary to meet the country's massive needs. The diverse participation of the private sector here today in this conference shows the growth opportunity that global firms and investors see in the future of Ukraine, in the future of its people. But make no mistake, all of these reforms and recovery efforts depend on Ukraine having the capacity to deter and defend against future attacks by Russia. That's why, even as we invest in Ukraine's immediate and long-term recovery, we also have to build a Ukrainian military that is strong enough to protect Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and its independence. Not just to defend Ukraine's land, but to defend all that Ukrainians are building and will build on that land. It's also why the United States is committed to working to build support for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, the core elements of which I outlined a couple of weeks ago in Helsinki. Those include a peace that upholds the United Nations Charter and its fundamental principles, sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, that addresses both accountability and reconciliation, that ensures Ukraine's full participation and assent and that supports Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery. Even as we rally around Ukraine's recovery, we must not lose sight of why that is necessary in the first place. Indeed, even as we come together here in London, committed to supporting Ukraine's build-up, Russia continues to try to burn it down. So, let's be clear. Russia is causing Ukraine's destruction, and Russia will eventually bear the cost of Ukraine's reconstruction. Until that time, we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine as they make the greatest sacrifices to defend, to rebuild, to reimagine their country. And in doing so, we will reaffirm the principle at the heart of the international order, that people in every nation can write their own future, free from aggression, free from coercion, free from intimidation. That is a recovery well worth our robust and enduring support. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alar Karis, the President of Estonia. Thank you.
Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Our response to Russian aggressive destruction will be creation. We will help to rebuild and create a new, innovative, sustainable and digital Ukraine. We will not wait until the war is over. In fact, we already started. I am pleased to note that on the 2nd of June, the first Estonian reconstruction project was completed, a kindergarten in the city of Ovruch in Žitomer Oblast. This perfect example of public-private partnership brought happiness to many kids and their parents, but also to us. It is a gratifying feeling to do the good deeds. As we continue with other projects, let me show that reconstruction is not only needed, but as we saw in Ovruch, it is already possible. I urge everyone to start now with smart efforts and not restore the old, but build future-proof Ukraine that can inspire us all. Estonia has worked with Ukraine for years to support public sector reforms and help increase its resilience. We redoubled our efforts in 2014 when Russian aggression started, and again before the start of a large-scale war in 2022. Estonian private sector has been instrumental in our cooperation, be it developing Trembita, the backbone of the digital government of Ukraine, that has helped the country continue offering public services even during the war. Or the latest example, the kindergarten. It was realized by the Estonian Wooden House cluster and its member Hermet, together with Eurocon, the Ukrainian subsidiary of the main contractor Nordecon. Estonian construction companies have a high motivation to offer European construction standards and reliable partnership in the next stage of the reconstruction of Ukraine. I recently returned from a visit to Ukraine with a business delegation and witnessed a great interest to work with and invest in Ukraine. Estonia has reacted fast to all critical needs of the Ukrainian people. It includes cash-based support, generators, buses, and equipment of humanitarian demining. The recent example is sending necessary equipment, rubber boots, water pumps, etc., to the region after the explosion of Kakhovka Dam and other disasters exercise caused by Russian invasion. Ukraine has the potential to become one of the most successful economies in Europe. I saw this in my recent visit to Ukraine while meeting with students, scientists, officials from anti-corruption agency, raised enormous enthusiasm and willingness to bring on the long-awaited change. It is important to provide a comprehensive policy framework as well as funding support for skilled and educated Ukrainians, which will allow them to return to Ukraine one day. For this, investment and attention to recovery are needed. It will also support Ukraine on its way to joining EU and NATO. Membership of these organizations is essential to achieve our common goal of creating a peaceful Europe and protecting the sustainability of our investments. The scale of the challenge at hand is almost unimaginable. We need a common approach to make the best use of our resources. This can be done by involving all partners, big and small, public and private, and leveraging the long-term experience from the region. Ladies and gentlemen, our companies continue to operate in Ukraine. Some never stopped the production and kept all personnel employed. Like PRT Group, which is currently investing into a new strategic project to ensure the stability of supply of vital gases in Ukraine. I would also like to mention Nortal, the Estonian company bought Ukrainian IT company Scalia just a few months after the war started and employs today 350 Ukrainian employees in its offices in Kiev and Lviv. According to Nortal, the decision was made in Ukraine's favor because of a qualified workforce and high level of digitalization. Ukrainian IT sector has shown great growth even during the war. In the defense industry, the third system and military robotics have done successful cooperation and are supplying high-level drones and unmanned ground vehicles configured to transport the wounded and equipment. We stand ready to share our experience and help in any way we can. And we remain committed to our proposal to organize Ukraine Reconstruction Conference. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, can I ask Krišjānis Kariņš, the Prime Minister of Latvia, to the stage? Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, friends, I'll just try to say a few words. So many good speeches, I can only agree with everything. Flashback to the fall and winter of 21-22. The Latvian government starts getting briefings from the US government. Every morning I'm reading about new troop movements. Every week in the government meeting, now we're meeting in the special room that is good for such meetings, and we're trying to understand what exactly is going on, what could we expect. Now, Latvia has a history with Russia where we never had any illusions that things are going very well to our east. And we had every indication that things are actually going in an absolutely bad direction. So we took a decision at the late fall, early November, December, that we wanted to send weapons to Ukraine. It doesn't look good. It looks like a war really could erupt. We have had now Stinger missiles in our arsenal. Well, you don't just send these things around. You coordinate with the US government. It took a little while. Our Stingers arrived in Ukraine just one day before the full-scale invasion, and thankfully they were part of the solution of keeping the Russians from taking the airport, which is part of their initial plan. Since that time, our government has spent over 1.3% of our GDP on all kinds of aid to Ukraine. Over 1% is military alone. So our Stinger missiles, all of our Stinger missiles are now in Ukraine. We had a fleet of helicopters. All of those helicopters, the last ones, are still being repainted. We send them so that they're usable and look good as well, are going to Ukraine. We are training Ukrainian soldiers to the order of about 3,000 this year. Ammunition, drones, etc., is continually going and will continue to go in this way. On top of that, humanitarian aid, on top of that, financial aid. And on top of all of this, our civil society has been going head-to-head with the government who can donate more faster and more efficiently. So after the Kakhovka Dam was exploded, within 1 week we took 3 different government decisions on different aid packages coordinated with the Ukrainians. But at the same time, our civil society spontaneously, it's very well organized in Latvia, organizing all kinds of shipments of generators, boats, everything that is needed in flood-devastated areas to get them there, and they're already on the ground and working today. So as a nation, we understand the Ukrainians, because what are they fighting for? They're fighting for, well, many things, but you could boil it down to 3 values. Freedom, it's been mentioned. Democracy, it's been mentioned. And the rule of law. Now, all of us, we talk about these things all the time. We're all freedom fighters. But friends, the Ukrainians are freedom fighters. We are now freedom supporters. And what we need to do is to persevere. And my message to you is simple. A small country like Latvia, if we can spend 1.3% of our GDP, so can you. We're not the wealthiest of nations, but it can be done. And as a politician, I can say, actually, it's good for politics as well. So the more you give aid, the higher your ratings go. I can assure that to everyone around the room. Now, we're speaking about reconstruction today. Latvia is committed to the Chernihiv region. This is also in working together with the Ukrainian government. Very specific needs, very specific projects that we're working on. And what we're also seeing in Latvia, interestingly, that business trade between Latvia and Ukraine is up over 60% this year. In the middle of a war, 60% increase. And why is that? It's because on top of all of the aid, more and more companies are realizing they have an important role to play, not only in donating, but in helping to create. So also today there are companies from the energy sector, from the language technology sector, from other sectors in Latvia present here today, looking for these opportunities. And if we can mobilize not only public funds, but the private funds, that is one incredible opportunity for everyone, for the Ukrainians, but for all of Europe. Now, and what is the sort of the end game, the outcome? How will it all end? Well, there are a number of steps. So first and basic, Ukraine will win the war, and Ukrainian territory will be liberated of the Russian aggressor everywhere. That is point one. That needs our continued, especially military support. Step two we have to help Ukraine in the integration process. Ursula, I don't see her right now, Ursula von der Leyen said very correctly, Ukraine's place will be in the European Union, no doubt about that, and we will become stronger because of your joining us. But I think it's also important to state that at the end of the day, if we want a long-standing peace in Europe, the only way to really assure that is Ukraine's also full integration into the NATO military alliance. Another important aspect, it has been mentioned, it needs to be stressed, that the perpetrator must pay. The Russians are destroying Ukraine. We have frozen billions, probably trillions of their assets. A way must be found to mobilize these assets to help offset the cost of the reconstruction. And finally, the Russian leadership must be held accountable, ultimately, in a tribunal for all of the atrocities and the crimes against humanity that they are perpetrating, even as we speak. So, united, we will stand with and behind Ukraine, and in the end, we will prevail. Slava Ukraini!
Ladies and gentlemen, please can I invite Antonio Tajani, Foreign Minister and Deputy Prime Minister of Italy. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear colleagues, James, thank you very much for organizing and hosting this very important event. The Ukraine Recovery Conference is, first of all, a political meeting, because today we are sending a very clear political message to everybody, first of all, to Russia. We are united, Europeans, Americans, many countries, many governments, many states, many entrepreneurs, public and private sector, united in defense of the international law. This is the clear and important message for today. We are in defense of the rules, not only in defense of the independence of Ukraine, because the independence of Ukraine is freedom, is peace, is justice, is international law. For this we are strongly engaged today. And of course, it's impossible to achieve peace without justice. We want peace, but peace without justice is not peace. Justice is the freedom of Ukraine. And if you want to pave the way for a better future for your country, Mr. Prime Minister, if we want to pave the way for a full membership of Ukraine in the European Union, if we want to pave the way for your full membership in the NATO in the next years, we need to work for the reconstruction. We need to work all together. My country, my government, the Italian government is strongly engaged in this strategy. We want to be protagonists for helping you, in defense of the freedom, because your freedom is our freedom. As you know, dear Prime Minister, just a few weeks ago, we were with you, with your government, in Rome, in the presence more or less 1,000 Italian and Ukrainian companies to discuss the reconstruction of your country. For Italy, the bilateral reconstruction conference in Rome was the start of the process in which Italy, together with the European Union and the international community, is committed to providing Ukraine with a strong military, humanitarian, financial and economic assistance. Italy will keep playing a central role with the G7 presidency next year, and then by hosting this Ukraine Recovery Conference in 2025. To start rebuilding Ukraine, we don't have to wait for the end of the conflict, as often reminded by the President Zelensky. There are many things that we can do together. First of all, the Russian attempt to exploit the winter to bring the civilian population to its knees. We must work now to restore what has been destroyed by the end of the summer, starting with the energy infrastructure, of which Italy is committed with public funds and its national companies. Secondly, we can immediately remove the mines, as in the film, and rebuild bridges, roads, houses, schools and hospitals. This is crucial for a better life of the Ukrainians. Italy is committed to bridging the resource gap for early recovery highlighted by the World Bank's assessment last March. Resources announced by the Conference of the Reconstruction in Rome amounting to €200 million will be used in this direction, in particular to support energy security and critical infrastructures. Our know-how is ready for you, is ready for Ukraine. Italy is an industrial country. 4,000 small and medium-sized companies. This is the heart of our economy. Our know-how is very important. The made in Italy is very important, and we want to export to Ukraine our made in Italy. It's important to work in the respect of the rules of the multilateral development banks, but this is crucial to do it. For the reconstruction to be successful, the contribution of the private investment is very important. We need your help. We need your involvement in this political strategy. The freedom, the free market is crucial for growth, is crucial for everybody, is crucial for our companies. Ukraine will be part of our internal market, of the European internal market. And to be present now is also to be present in the future, to be friends as Europeans, all together. And we want Ukraine full members, as I said, of the European Union, but also the Western Balkans countries candidate. We want to work all together. Of course, Ukraine is a country equipped with resources, space and talent, and offers great investment opportunity. This is the message we must convey to the business world. In this spirit, dear Prime Minister, I have appointed a new special envoy, the last ambassador to Kyiv, that will be the Italian focal point for the reconstruction process. This is a clear message. We are strongly engaged. We want to work more. We want to work with our friends. We want our companies are ready to invest in Ukraine. It is also essential that the reform path undertaken by the country continues in the future. The reconstruction process is indeed closely linked to the accession process to the European Union, as I said. Italy has immediately supported Kyiv European aspiration and will continue to work in this direction when we will decide to start the negotiation later this year. Only Ukraine integration in the European project can guarantee to our continent a future of peace, stability and prosperity, and is therefore a strategic investment. For this, I said, today we are part of the political conference. For me, this is very, very important. They are friends. They are Ukrainian friends. They are friends of G7, the European friends, the American friends. Count on Italy. Count on Italian government. Prime Minister, we are close to you in defense of freedom, democracy, peace, international law. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Antonio. And can I now invite Annalena Baerbock, German Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Thank you, James. Prime Ministers, Presidents, Excellencies, Prime Minister Shmyhal, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing I wish for is to go back to school, play volleyball with my friends, and live a normal life. This is what a teenager, 16 years old, said to me when I met her in Kharkiv in January, at a warming center, in the midst of a city destroyed by Russian bombs at minus 15 degrees. She told me how counting to 45 had become part of her daily life since the start of the Russian war of aggression. Because it takes 45 seconds for Russian missiles to hit Kharkiv after you hear the sirens. 45 seconds, if you're lucky, is enough to get your little brother or your grandmother to safety. But 45 seconds, that is not enough for a normal life. 45 seconds is not enough to go to school. 45 seconds is not enough to play volleyball. I believe that today's conference is about these teenagers in Kharkiv, the boys and girls and their generation. It is about supporting Ukraine to build a future in which all of Ukrainians will again live in freedom, security, and peace. From the moment Russia began its ruthless war of aggression on the 24th of February last year, all of us in this room have stood resolutely by the side of Ukraine, by the Ukrainians' right to defend themselves. This commitment does not stop here. For the German government, like all the other governments, this commitment stands for as long as it takes. We counter altogether Putin's destructive war of aggression with a rebuilding campaign, united in defense, united in rebuilding. We continue to support Ukraine financially, politically, with weapons. We want Ukraine to win this war, to win peace. That is why we have made clear that Ukraine belongs also to the European family. And the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, said this morning that the European Commission on Ukraine's reform effort shows that Ukraine is making commendable progress despite the war. And Ukraine will eventually become a member of the European Union. With our partners, we are also working towards greater political and practical cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And my colleague, Minister for Development, Svenja Schulze, and I have come today here to underline that the German government is stepping up efforts for Ukraine's recovery. This recovery starts with humanitarian support. Germany will provide Ukraine with an additional €381 million for humanitarian assistance in 2023, for everything from generators to food and tents for those who have fled or lost their homes recently. We will continue our demining work, since there can be no peace in places where people live in constant fear of their children stepping on a mine while playing. This support comes on top to the total recovery assistance by the Foreign Office, the Ministry of Development, the Ministry of Economy, and many others in the German government. Because, yes, recovery is about money. It needs to be. Since the beginning of Russia's war, Germany has provided 16.8 billion euro in support relating to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, including military aid, and we applaud those countries connected to the GDP have done similar. But when we look at long-term reconstruction, money is not enough. We want to support Ukraine in building back better, as we called it last year's recovery conference in Lugano, Italy. This means that in rebuilding its power sector, we are helping Ukraine to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency, in a recovery that is green and therefore longer lasting and sustainable. And reconstruction is a collective effort that will only succeed if public and private sectors work together, as you, James, have said so many times. Despite the war and its damage to Ukraine's economy, many German companies continue to operate in Ukraine, in healthcare, in energy, in food, in water. And they see reconstruction as others as an opportunity of growth. I applaud them for this. They not only provide goods, services, and jobs, they provide trust in the future of Ukraine. As German government, we therefore supporting them with national investment guarantees, because yes, this is also political. And we call on others to follow suit so that companies do not shy away from investing in Ukraine. Finally, I'm convinced that we need to further link Ukraine's recovery and the EU accession process. Our goal is to help rebuild a Ukraine that is fit for EU. We stand ready to support Ukraine in its reform efforts on the path towards membership. That's why Ukraine's accession process will have a special place at next year's recovery conference to be held in Germany, to make recovery a truly European endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, we do not know when Russia will stop its brutal war of aggression. It's in the hand of one man who has started this war. But what we know and what we promise, we will continue supporting Ukraine's recovery, and we will continue helping Ukraine to win this war, to win peace, so that every teenage girl in Ukraine can do what teenage girls are doing in the rest of Europe every day. Go to school without fear. Play volleyball with their friends without counting to 45. Simply live a normal life in peace and freedom. Thank you.
And now can I invite Yoshimasa Hayashi, Foreign Minister of Japan.
Thank you, James, and Prime Ministers, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hayashi Yoshimasa, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. I would like to express my respect for the efforts made by the governments of the UK and Ukraine, and with those involved in organizing this conference. I particularly commend the UK's leadership in organizing this conference. First of all, I would like to reiterate our sympathy and solidarity with the people of Ukraine, especially following the recent dam collapse at Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant, and express my strong concern about its enormous impact. Japan decided to provide $5 million in emergency humanitarian assistance to those affected by the floods in such areas as food, water, sanitation, and health. And in addition, we will provide approximately 160 water purifiers, about 530 generators, 30 construction machines, and other equipment through Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and an international organization. We will also implement emergency humanitarian assistance through NGOs. Japan, the only country that has ever suffered atomic bombing during wartime, has achieved a miraculous development from the devastation after the war. We have also experienced a series of serious natural disasters, including the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in 1995 and the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011 with tsunami. Each time, however, we have achieved remarkable recovery and reconstruction with the support of our friends in the international community. Japan, therefore, has experience and knowledge of recovery and reconstruction gained through overcoming such difficulties. During the visit to Japan for the G7 Hiroshima summit, President Zelensky stated that he dreams that city destroyed by Russia will be rebuilt into a peaceful city like Hiroshima of today. Japan intends to make use of its experience and knowledge it has accumulated in the field of recovery and reconstruction, and to vigorously implement uniquely Japanese form of reconstruction assistance in close contact with the Ukrainian people. At the G7 Hiroshima summit, the leaders confirmed the importance of the role of the private sector in the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, which is one of the main subjects of this conference. As the G7, we issued a joint statement and in which we welcomed the establishment of the Support for Ukraine's Reconstruction and Economy SURE Trust Fund in the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, as well as the launch of the Ukraine Investment Platform led by Japan's JBIC. Japan contributed $23 million to the SURE Trust Fund of the MIGA. As for the Ukrainian Investment Platform, we welcome that signing ceremony for its launch is taking place later today. And I'm convinced that based on the outcomes of the G7 Hiroshima summit, meaningful discussions will be made at this conference under the leadership of the UK on necessary measures to promote the involvement of the private sector, including war risk insurance, with a view to stimulating the insurance market and implementation of reforms in Ukraine. In order to gain further involvement of the private sector, Japan has recently established the Council on Preparation for Promotion of Ukraine's Economic Reconstruction with the participation of all the relevant ministries and agencies. Furthermore, the Japan-Ukraine Conference for Promotion of Economic Reconstruction will be held at an appropriate timing from the end of this year to the beginning of next year. so that the Japanese public and private sectors can strongly support the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. Japan has so far announced over $7.6 billion in support, including humanitarian assistance and winterization assistance to vulnerable people. In the medium and long-term recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, Japan will make use of its strengths and provide assistance mainly in the areas of number one, mine action and debris clearance, number two, in livelihood reconstruction, including the development of basic infrastructure such as electricity, number three, the recovery of agricultural production and industrial development, and number four, strengthening democracy and governance. Concrete initiatives are already underway. For example, with regard to mine action, in January this year, Japan conducted training for the personnel of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine to use mine detection equipment, which Japan is providing in cooperation with Cambodia, where Japan has long supported mine action. Japan also organized seminars on awareness-raising activities for local communities regarding mine risks. We will continue to provide mine-related assistance. In order to give the Ukrainian people hope for a bright future, it is essential not only that the international community shows the strong commitment to the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, but also that efforts to restore peace to the country should be made. At the G7 Hiroshima summit, the leaders reaffirmed that the G7 is more united than ever in strong support for Ukraine in every aspect and in continuing to impose strict sanctions against Russia. It was also confirmed with invited countries outside the G7 that any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force is unacceptable anywhere in the world, and upholding the free and open international order based on the rule of law is really essential. We will continue to work closely in cooperation with the international community to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine as soon as possible. I wish that this recovery conference will be held successfully and that its outcomes will be milestones in the future reconstruction of Ukraine. Japan always stands with Ukraine. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Please now can I invite Catherine Colonna, Foreign Minister of the Republic of France.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary, dear James, Heads of State and Heads of Governments, Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear Denys, good to see you here. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear friends, I see a few in the room. I want to start by thanking the Government of the United Kingdom for hosting us today. Our gathering today is a symbol of our shared conviction that Ukraine will defeat the Russian aggression. There will be a time when the war ends and Ukraine will be standing as a strong, sovereign, united and democratic country, resolutely anchored in the Euro-Atlantic family and in Europe. And when I say in Europe, I mean in the European Union. This time hasn't come yet. We know that war is raging. Russia's authorities are still denying Ukraine its right to exist as a sovereign country. Russia's soldiers are still illegally occupying parts of Ukraine's territory. Russia's missiles are still targeting the Ukrainian population and critical civilian infrastructures, which is, by international law, a war crime. Our main focus, therefore, remains on emergency-driven support. It is the case for military support, and we've been making our best efforts, all of us, to provide Ukraine with the equipment it needs and in time in order to support an ongoing counteroffensive. France delivered what it said it would deliver, and it will keep doing it. It is also the case with the humanitarian and civilian support we provide, be it to respond to disasters caused by Russia's aggression, such as the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, to increase Ukraine's resilience, or to preserve the safety of Ukraine's civilian nuclear power plants. This is the logic that drove the international conference we organized in Paris on December 30th last year, and I'd like to thank all those who did participate. But focusing on the emergency imposed by the ongoing war should not stop us from thinking long-term, for at least two reasons. One, Ukraine is engaged in a long-term transformation effort through its EU accession process. We need to use the reconstruction phase to give Ukraine a head start in this process. Two, our commitment to support Ukraine's reconstruction is also a signal we send to Putin, a signal that tells we'll be here as long as it takes, and that he will not be able to wait us out. A signal that should convince Russia it is in a deadlock and has to end its aggression now. In order to achieve this goal, France is preparing a multi-year civilian assistance package to Ukraine that will include both humanitarian, stabilization, economic and financial support. I am pleased to add that it will mostly be comprised in grants so as to avoid increasing the pressure on Ukraine's public finances. In the meantime, I'm happy to inform that my ministry will be providing an additional 40 million euros in donations for Ukraine in 2023. This support will be used primarily for emergency reconstruction of critical infrastructure, health equipment, and, if needed, emergency resilience in anticipation of the next winter. We will also take concrete steps to encourage our private sector to contribute to this effort. It is much needed. To that end, I'm announcing today the establishment of an insurance mechanism to cover investments in Ukraine against war-related risks via the French Public Investment Bank. This is totally consistent with the multilateral insurance mechanism proposed by the UK and Ukraine, which we support. Last but not least, we fully support courageous reforms President Zelensky has pledged to undertake in order to foster the rule of law and to improve the business climate in the country. These efforts will be key to attract private investment, without which reconstruction will not be possible. Thanks to our joint efforts, Ukraine will build back and build back better. Up until then, our support will not fade. Thank you.
And please now can I invite Zbigniew Rau, Foreign Minister of Poland.
Thank you, James. Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends. For the last couple of weeks, the world has been closely following the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces systematically liberating their homeland. The damage discovered in recaptured territories is staggering. It is staggering, but its barbaric nature, and it is overwhelming by scale. Recent heinous act of blowing up of a dam in Nowa Kachowka drastically adds to the complicity our long-term efforts towards reconstruction. The process of reconstruction itself will mean substantive involvement of the public as well as private sector and business to a large extent. Our task as the governments is to prepare the appropriate institutional and legal framework, political support on the spot, and financial resources. The mobilization of financial resources will be a major long-term challenge. I would like to again strongly reiterate that seized Russian assets should serve as key source in this respect. It is clear that Moscow should be kept legally accountable for the aggression, but it should also pay for the enormous damage done to Ukraine. The success of the reconstruction of Ukraine is in the best interest of Europe and the whole international community. It is in our interest that Ukraine becomes a robust and advanced market economy, playing by the rules with the administration capable to absorb the assistance. This is why Ukraine should become a member of the European Union as soon as possible. As it has been said, today in Brussels, the European Commission is presenting the informal update on the progress made by Kiev since it was given the candidate status. We all know how effective Ukraine has been in meeting the 7 criteria, despite the ongoing war, continuous missile attacks, and the flood caused by the destruction of the dam. Ukraine will be ready to start accession negotiations soon. If this is the case, the EU should also be ready by the end of this year, after the regular autumn enlargement report. The concept of a merit-based process must work both ways. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has already proven its credibility by providing humanitarian and military aid to Ukraine during the war. We are ready to play a trustworthy and reliable partner also for its post-war reconstruction. We are equipped to play the special role as a transport, logistics, and international hub. Our key assets are the geographical proximity, the longest EU border with Ukraine, well-developed infrastructure of border crossings, long-standing experience, and the competitive business cooperation offer of Polish entrepreneurs on the Ukraine market. Let me mention a few elements which we have already done preparing for this enormous challenge. More than 2,000 Polish companies have approached the Polish Trade and Investment Agency expressing interest in cooperation with Ukrainian partners in the recovery process. We are reassuming the operation of the Polish Trade and Investment Agency office in Kiev in the end of June to give a clear signal to Polish and international companies that the Ukrainian market already provides great opportunities. Credo Bank, owned by the PKO BP, is already providing affordable credit for Ukraine small and medium-sized enterprises. The government has prepared the law enabling the extension of insurance coverage for the transport of goods to and from Ukraine, as well as investment activities. For the last year, the Polish official export credit agency was the only one insuring trade receivables. On this basis, Poland will create a dedicated program of rebuilding Ukraine. The trade insurance to Ukraine will be provided also to foreign companies operating in Poland or willing to invest. I'm convinced that Polish companies, taking into account the meaningful relationships they have already established with Ukrainian partners, are ready to develop them further together with international partners. Thank you.
And now can I invite Harjit Sajjan, Minister for International Development of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to first take the opportunity to thank the United Kingdom and Ukraine for hosting us today. I also want to acknowledge the bravery and the sacrifice of the Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting on the front lines. Now, it is not a secret that Canada's ties with Ukraine run extremely deep. Canada is home to 1.4 million Ukrainian Canadians, and they have made a significant mark on our national identity and values. It was Ukrainian Canadian Senator Paul Yuzek who first brought forward the vision of multiculturalism in Canada with a pivotal Senate speech. Another Ukrainian Canadian, Lawrence Decor, helped write the section of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms that entrenched multiculturalism in Canada's Constitution. These Ukrainian Canadians saw a Canada that recognized its deep connections to the wider world as an integral part of who we are. And in the spirit of an interconnected world, I join you in this resolute to show of our international solidarity with Ukraine. And just 10 days ago, our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, was on the ground in Kyiv. And while there, he reinforced Canada's enduring commitment to Ukraine and announced new support measures, including increased military assistance and support for mental health. Canada has committed over $8.8 billion in financial, military, humanitarian development, and immigration assistance for Ukraine. And this includes over $5 billion in direct financial assistance. With over $4.3 billion flowing through the International Monetary Fund's new administered account for Ukraine, which was championed by Canada. This also includes a $500 million stemming from the proceeds of Canada's Ukraine sovereignty bond, the first of its kind globally. Our commitments to Ukraine are especially important in the face of the evolving crisis, like the destruction of the most recent dam. Canada is allocating $10 million for humanitarian partners to support the people impacted by the floods. And I've visited Ukraine many times in my former capacity as Minister of Defense. And just a few months back, I had the opportunity to visit in my current capacity. And that trip allowed me to personally witness what the world has been seeing at a distance over the last 16 months. What I witnessed was absolute resilience. And as we gather here, the people of Ukraine continue to show the world just how strong and resilient they are in the face of unjustifiable and unwarranted Russian aggression. So today, we gather to support not only Ukraine's immediate needs, but its long-term recovery, reconstruction, and economic future. A future that is safer and greener, more open, and more resilient. To help set us on that path, 1 month ago at the G7 summit, Canada made a landmark commitment to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Canada announced $283 million for the High-Impact Partnership on Climate Action to help countries build clean and climate-resilient economies. And today I'm announcing an additional $20 million to the Ukraine grant as part of this initiative. The Ukraine grant will support climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience projects with a focus on technical assistance. Gender equality will also be factored into this work, something that is central for Canada with our Feminist International Assistance Policy. Canada has also been a leader in championing creative, innovative financial tools for Ukraine, and we will continue to look for ways to leverage innovative financial instruments to provide de-risking and concessional support to Ukraine and Canadian investors. Ukraine also continues its work to combat corruption and make progress on these reforms. And these efforts are more important than ever for European Union and OECD accession, and also to encourage more private sector investment. And during my most recent trip, during this trip, I'll be meeting with Canadian business leaders who are looking to support Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction through trade and investment. And in April, Canada and Ukraine concluded negotiations to modernize our bilateral free trade agreement. This will provide a strong legal framework for Canada's firms seeking to participate in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. I would like to express Canada's support for the launch of the G7+ and the government of Ukraine's Clean Energy Partnership for Ukraine, as well as the launch of the Ukraine Business Compact. Canada also supports a framework on war risk insurance to support private sector input into the reconstruction activities. And Canada firmly believes in the importance of bringing our diplomatic, trade, and development work together. And we need a truly united effort on this front. Because as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said in Kyiv, Ukraine's fight for the future stretches far beyond its borders. Ukraine fights for the future of all of us and for the values that all of us hold so dear. Canada is honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with you as we stand up for Ukraine. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I invite you once again to thank in the traditional way our panellists as they retake their seats and in preparation for our final keynote speech of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this session underlines our collective determination to support Ukraine, not only in its self-defense, but its subsequent rebuild, reform, and recovery. It gives me great pleasure to now introduce to the stage the final speaker of this session, the keynote speaker of this morning, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denys Shmyhal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear James. Dear Presidents, Prime Ministers, Secretaries, Ministers, dear heads of international organizations, dear representatives of international business, dear friends, partners, colleagues, allies, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Ukraine is going through the most difficult times in the history of our independence. It is a crucial time not only for our country, but also for Europe, for the civilized world, for democracy and freedom. The outcome of the war in Ukraine will determine the geopolitical landscape of Europe for many decades come. 16 months into war, no one doubts that Russia has not achieved its goals. Ukraine withstood. Thanks to the heroism of the Ukrainian army, thanks to the bravery of Ukrainian people, thanks to the leadership, thanks to the unity, thanks to the pro-Ukrainian coalition and your help. 12 months ago, Ukraine was granted the EU candidate status. We have an ambitious goal to quickly become a member of the European Union. We are already well ahead of schedule of this path. We are transforming our country. We are rapidly adopting European policies and practices, integrating into European markets and strengthening our institutions. European integration is the compass for all reforms and changes, including the implementation of Ukraine's recovery project. I would like to express my gratitude to the European Union for its consistent military, political, financial and humanitarian support. In particular, I want to thank the European Commission and personally Madam President Ursula von der Leyen for the initiative of new Ukraine facility, which will provide medium and long-term support for our economy and recovery. The new Ukraine facility will also support our efforts to rebuild and modernize the country while implementing key reforms on EU accession track. Over the past months, we have laid the basis for winning this war. We believe that we are going to win this war and we will win the peace that follows. I say we many times because this is our common achievements, our common work, our common tasks. We need to accomplish long-term stability, security and prosperity for Ukraine and for the region. We have already begun our long and difficult journey on rebuilding Ukraine. A year ago in Lugano, we held the first major conference on Ukraine's recovery. At that conference, our discussions primarily were around plans, roadmaps, challenges and prospects. A year later, here in London, our discourse extends beyond plans, encompassing notable achievements as well. We are now addressing the 10 key aspects of Ukraine's recovery, which provide us with a competition of where we are going, and what else we need to do to win this peace. The first aspect of Ukraine's recovery, damage assessment. We have said that the first thing we need to start with is an independent, professional and transparent assessment of damage and reconstruction needs. Together with the World Bank and the European Commission and the UN, we have created such a tool. We have carried out rapid damage and needs assessment. This document provides a comprehensive overview of the impact of the war in 20 different sectors. As of 21st February this year, reconstruction needs have already reached $411 billion. This is an unprecedented figure. Unfortunately, it does not yet encompass many losses, including the damages inflicted by the horrific terrorist attack carried by Russian forces at the Kakhovka hydroelectric power station. We are grateful to the World Bank for actively assisting us and agreeing to promptly conduct an assessment of the damages resulting from this dreadful terrorist act. We appreciate World Bank's support in evaluating all the losses and firmly believe in the necessity of continuing this work. Therefore, the program of large-scale recovery and transformation of Ukraine will also be unprecedented. It will be the largest reconstruction project in Europe since the Second World War. The second aspect of Ukraine's recovery is stages of recovery. The first stage is rapid recovery, which we started last year and are now actively implementing. We are talking about projects that are really necessary for the survival of the country and the people in the face of war. The World Bank estimates that we need $14.1 billion for such priority recovery projects this year. The second stage will be a long-term reconstruction which will take many years, and we are now starting to lay down a plan for its implementation. The third aspect of Ukraine's recovery, priorities for rapid recovery. Last year we also talked about the importance of setting the right priorities for recovery. For this year, our government has identified 5 key priorities. These are energy, humanitarian demining, housing, critical and social infrastructure, and supporting the economy. As I have already said, we need $14.1 billion for the priority tasks in these areas. We have projects in all these areas. Ukrainian ministers will present them in detail with calculations, responsible agencies, and timelines. We expect that at this conference in London, we will finally be able to mobilize the full amount needed for these projects. This is a priority and a very practical story that we have to make together. The first aspect of Ukraine recovery is recovery architecture. The implementation of all these projects requires a special recovery architecture and regular platforms for cooperation. Last year, we created the position of Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine. We have also established the State Agency for Restoration, the dedicated fund for overcoming the consequences of aggression, and the position of Deputy Ministers for Recovery in the relevant departments. We are actively engaging regional authorities, which is an important element of the decentralization reform. Alongside the internal recovery architecture, we have established a new mechanism for a regular interaction with our international partners. This is the multi-agency donor coordination platform for Ukraine. From now, the Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration will be the representative of Ukraine in this platform. The fifth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is transparency. Speaking about the recovery architecture, we have mentioned many times the words transparency and accountability. We are making sure that these are not just words. Ukrainian reconstruction should become synonymous with transparency. Last month, we presented the digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management, or DREAM, as we call it. The ecosystem will allow to control every stage of any recovery project in a very short period of time. More than 5,000 sites for restoration have already been entered into the system. The sixth aspect for Ukraine's recovery is parametric approach and build back better principle. At the Lugano conference, we said that we wanted to carry out recovery using 2 approaches, the parametric approach and the regional approach. The parametric approach is the principle when the government sets the general framework, the broad policies, and the general requirements. What does this mean in practice? For example, we have set new requirements at the legislative level for the construction of residential buildings, in particular that they must now have a bomb shelter. We have also developed requirements for schools and hospitals and are setting up community safety centers. Energy efficiency, green technologies, security, all this should be a mandatory part of the new infrastructure in the reconstruction. The seventh aspect of Ukraine recovery is regional approach. The regional approach is when our international partner countries take patronage of regions and communities in Ukraine and help implement recovery projects here. 30 countries have signed a declaration supporting the initiative to provide coordinating assistance to rebuild Ukrainian communities and regions. During last year, more than 300 territorial communities in Ukraine have signed 1,500 partnership agreements. Nearly 60 countries are helping our cities, towns and villages to recover. Currently, more than 200 projects are being implemented or have been implemented jointly with partner countries or international organizations. The eighth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is sources of financing the recovery. One of the key questions we are constantly facing is who will pay the hundreds of billions for the recovery. First and foremost, Russia must pay for what it has destroyed. We are preparing a fair mechanism that will allow us to confiscate up to $500 billion of Russian assets frozen in the West. In May, a historic decision was taken at a meeting of the Council of Europe to establish a register of damage caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This is the first component of the international compensation mechanism. The second source of funding for reconstruction is the Ukrainian budget, including funds from confiscated Russian assets in Ukraine. The Ukrainian budget for 2023 has already earmarked $3.3 billion, and we have already started reconstruction with these funds. The third source is the assistance from our international partners, including international financial organizations. We are grateful to all of you. Our partners have already pledged $4.3 billion out of the total $14.1 billion needed for the rapid recovery for the next 12 months. But we still need another $6.55 billion. We have set an ambitious goal of securing pledges for this amount as a result of this conference. The ninth aspect of Ukraine's recovery is involvement of the private sector. No large-scale, effective and rapid recovery is possible without the involvement of private capital and private investment. We believe that it is business and entrepreneurs who can make our recovery truly effective. We are already offering projects and investment opportunities to international capital. Together with the World Bank, the US International Development Financial Corporation and other partners, we are working on an effective war risk insurance model for investment in Ukraine. We have identified 5 key segments that will form the basis for the recovery and transformation of our economy. The first sector is energy. There is a huge potential in the electricity sector, gas production and storage, and also hydrogen energy. President of Ukraine emphasized today in his speech on this sector especially. The second sector is a military-industrial complex. Many Ukrainian weapons and developments are proving their effectiveness on the battlefield right now. European and global defense companies are increasingly considering options for building new production facilities in Ukraine. After the war, we expect a great boost in the development of this sector in Ukraine. The third sector is agriculture. Ukraine is already world leader in the production of many crops. With government incentives and private foreign investments, we believe that post-war growth in this sector could be in double digits. The fourth sector is infrastructure. The recorded losses of this sector now exceed over $100 billion. Colossal destruction. So for many years, it will be the market that is worth tens of billions of euros. We will actively offer public-private partnership and concession projects. The fifth sector is IT. We have ambitions to become a digital hub in Europe. We offer IT companies some of the most favorable tax and regulatory conditions in the world. In general, we are telling the private sector that those who invest in Ukraine today will have extraordinary opportunities and prospects in coming years. The 10th aspect of Ukraine recovery: Ukraine is changing. Recovery of Ukraine is not just about rebuilding a power plant, a road, a house, or a hospital. Recovery of Ukraine is also about the transformation of our country, a new quality of institutions, and a new living space, a new European Ukraine. The planned changes and reforms are clearly in line with our aspirations to become a member of the EU. We understand that Ukraine must change, and Ukraine is transforming right now. For this year, our government has identified 10 priority reforms and transformation projects: European integration, security and defense, new veterans policy, human capital development in the face of extraordinary challenges, new economic model, logistic development, and of course, rapid recovery. In addition, we have fully established the anti-corruptional infrastructure, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, the High Anti-Corruption Court, the National Agency on Corruption Prevention. These are important institutions that allow us to ensure the principle of inevitability in punishment and the rule of law. At the same time, our government is carrying out a major digitalization reform, a large-scale deregulation for doing business, the corporatization and the privatization of state-owned enterprises. These are the necessary changes that will allow us to prevent corruption. Dear friends, dear partners, Ukraine is changing and Ukraine is winning. Our victory will be the beginning of a renewed and stronger Europe. We are united in defense and we will be united in recovery. We are grateful to everyone who is helping us fight for our freedom and independence today. I would also like to express my gratitude to the government of the United Kingdom, personally to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Secretary of State James Cleverly, for co-organizing this conference, this perfect conference. Such events enable us to synchronize our efforts and work together towards the victory and recovery of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your tremendous support. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that terrific morning. We've heard courage and we've heard commitment, and we're now going to take a break. We're going to be back here for a hard start at 11:40 so that we can run a session on those immediate needs that we've been discussing. So if you could all be seated again at 11:40, thank you very much.
I remember that day. I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember them.
it can end up with a slip up, wouldn't it? Yeah, just use a tight shot. Oh, there you go. Nice. Even better. I wonder why you're happy. session before me, basically. You have? Lovely. I'm Alex. Yeah. So we've got it here, so yeah. Smashing. That's right, that's it.
The session is about to begin.
That's the PSC. So the cowboy is somewhere further down. Right. I'm not okay. Oh, I might have a PSC. No, I'm sure one. I've only got one that goes from there to that. Yeah. Well, I've got 10 metre, 20 metres PSC, so I'll go you today. I just want to find out what the final connection is there. That's it. It's done. It's just fucking PSC. Well, that might work. Yes. I'm not sure. So he's doing the pool. There's another one after our session, which we're not interrogating, and they're doing that. Yeah, there'll be a reason, but I don't know what it is. No, don't.
Please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
He's just manoeuvring.
Please, take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Camera binding and plenary, just checking that you guys are all happy with everything you need. Good luck, cousin. Just. Yeah, he's got another one actually. It's just like, it's literally, I'm just looking at it, because it can be touching. Yeah, no, it's effect, so it's like, yes. Well, the enemy say it does need to stable. Do you do much sport as well? Or? I do the golf, the Open every year, but I don't do the sport. Especially when it's in the air, I cannot be so naked. It's good fun. Do that. How do you find one out more? Trust me, once you've done it, you spend years doing it. Yeah, really. Yeah, how do you get that morning of free hits? That's the thing. You don't have to miss it. Yeah, that's So, but then, if you're the opposite blue sky, if it's cloudy, that's the hardest one. Very reliant when you're practicing is basically you frame it. So they're in players in the bottom third frame, literally just in their backs start going up. You don't change the size of the frame. Then you keep once you've got the ball, then you go in. Because they never cut to you until you're mid-air. And it's if you're against a cloudy sky, if you lose that ball in the first frame, you're very tall. So you're very, you've got to just need to habit. Yeah, it's better to start wider. Like I say, I normally have it so that the players in the bottom third, and then we're okay. So there we go. Sorry, this one keeps fiddling with the mic. Can somebody not tell her to stop fiddling with those mics?
I'm only here for certain people, so that's why my whole family's here.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, decision makers. If we could have you seated now for the next session. We're going to run on quite a tight schedule, so we do need to get started. No. Thank you, everyone. We're ready to start now the next session, talking about the immediate needs for the Ukraine recovery. So I'm delighted to welcome on stage as our keynote speaker for this, the Deputy Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine, Oleksandr Kubrakov.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, friends. First of all, I would like to say thank you to UK side for organizing this great event. I hope that we will all see, like as soon as possible, practical results of our conference. If I may just start from presentation, I have a few slides. Like our scope since the beginning of this war, it's several key directions. First of all, it was at the beginning of the war, civil logistics, evacuation of our people. It's more than 4 million people were evacuated from Kharkiv, from Kiev, from other larger cities of Ukraine. Second, it's military logistics. It's key, starting from the third day of the war. One of the most, or probably the most important direction in our daily work. Grain from Ukraine and Black Sea Grain Initiative, plus solidarity lanes, all those activities, they're critical because before the war and especially during the war, agricultural sector is #1 export industry for Ukraine. And as far as you know, the salaries to our soldiers we are paying from our taxes, so this industry and to maintaining our agricultural industry, it's like one of the first and the most important tasks. Critical restoration, we will provide more details a little bit later, but again, last year we realized several projects, and it was mostly temporary solutions. After the occupation of territories, we constructed temporary bypasses, temporary bridges, but all those measures they allow us to provide at least basic services to those occupied regions. I'm sorry, it's not working. Yeah. At the same time, we can plan a lot of things. We can plan restoration process. We will discuss a little bit later about how we are planning prioritization. But we are facing with challenges which we cannot predict. First of all, it was attacks on civilian infrastructure. Last year, we faced with blackouts, real blackouts during winter period. And it was like, again, everybody expecting something that it will happen, but like you cannot believe that Russians, they can do this, but they are doing this. And then it was Kakhovka dump dispersion, and you see that like the next challenge will be to provide water supply for 1 million people in Dnipro region, and this, like at this moment, probably one of the key problems. We are not talking about agricultural sector, which in Kherson region and in southern part of Ukraine will historically use water from Kakhovka water reserves. And trade blockade, each time we are inventing something, like again, thanks again to our partners. Black Sea Grain Initiative was established with help of United Nations, with the help of Turkey and our allies, G7 countries. Solidarity Alliance, it was established in cooperation with the EU. All those measures, they allow us to increase exports through alternative channels, but again, without Black Sea corridors, for us, it will be a huge challenge to export new harvest to our traditional markets and to provide more confidence for our partners and to decrease risk of global food security. Again, some figures just to provide you what is happening, what we are trying to cover, what's already covered. If we're talking about, like I'm not on purpose, we are not showing like figures money, because again, the key I think element for us it's figures, it's number of those measures. I would focus on housing. And last year, we did minor repairs by ourselves with local authorities. We provided financing from central government, and we did everything as it was possible to do with minimum financing. But you see apartment buildings, I mean, the number is huge, destroyed. It's about 18,000 from the beginning of the war. Significant part of those buildings, they're located on territories which we are now temporarily not under Ukrainian control, but still number is huge. Private houses, and what is good, we recently launched e-recovery program. Again, we are using a very transparent mechanism. It's application DIA, which each Ukrainian citizen has, and we already started providing direct financial support only on minor repairments for our citizens. They're using so-called marked money only for building materials and for construction works. As a first source for this project, we are using arrested money of Sberbank Russia in Ukraine. It's about $500 million US, and again, I hope that we will structure new project with cooperation with World Bank. And thanks again for partners, for European Commission, for European Investment Bank and EBRD. Last year we were able to restore almost on the level of both local level and state roads, almost 100 bridges. It was temporary. Regarding our approach to prioritization, we are working on methodology with World Bank. And I think, again, we're trying to analyze complex of factors. It's financial economical indicators, and impact on social environment indicators. Again, the most critical right now, we understand that both directions is important. Economical recovery, and again, I'm visiting a lot of regions, and I see, for example, how like the life is going in cities on 20 kilometers distance from Donetsk, because the key critical like productions in this region is mines, coal mines. They are working, and normal life, I would say normal life, in spite of the shellings, etc., it's continue because there are jobs, there are working supermarkets, kindergartens, and people, they living there. And vice versa. We have the occupied territories, we can repair everything, but in case if we won't have production there, in case if we won't have jobs here, people won't come back there. Data-driven policy, again, I will just mention a few things already mentioned by Prime Minister. Digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management, system DREAM. We will provide more details. Geoinformation system for regional development, the unified state electronic system in the construction sector, e-construction. Actually, we implement all projects with this system on national level for the most complicated construction projects, and feedback from, before that it was the most corrupted, one of the most corrupted institutions in our country, but during the last 2 years, we're receiving only positive feedback from our business, from all business associations, and definitely we need to expand this system into the local level, and for this, the bill of the law 5655 is critical. And register of damaged and destroyed property. Again, we are using on a daily basis this register. And again, Prime Minister mentioned international register. It will be linked for this register because we're already fulfilling on a daily basis this register of damaged property in cooperation with local authorities. Without this, we are not providing any services for local authorities. We are not providing financing for restoration. DREAM system, again, I think you will have possibility to have more information about it, because on lobbies there are some screens, and we can present it in more details. But again, the idea is just to have in one place all reconstruction management ecosystem that creates a single digital project pipeline and ensure transparent and efficient implementation at the national, regional level. All our partners, all our allies will have access to this system. And again, I'd like to emphasize that screens in the lobby, and if visitors will have opportunity or time just to receive more details or on the website, please do it. Core needs for restoration, again, as we mentioned, it's critical and social infrastructure, transportation, humanitarian and demining, it's critical, but again, we can compare, in some cases, business doing demining much faster than state institutions. I think just we need just to attract experience from all over the world, because challenges which we are facing right now in this sphere probably are one of the most complicated. Energy infrastructure, again, we are trying to be ready for the next heating season, to prepare our grid, to increase production of electricity, and to protect our main grid with reliable solution and shelters. Last year we did it during attacks, and again, it's already been said many times that our people, our workers, they're real heroes, like our soldiers, which protect us on battlefield. How to speed up restoration? Again, there are several ideas, but what is really important, just to say, first of all, I think we are always. I'm very often asked how we can help you, or how what is your priorities, or what is your project. But again, we can plan projects, we can discuss, and I mean, I provide some figures, and we are working with IFIs on daily basis, like trying to package all those schools, houses into new projects, and step by step we're implementing them. But then it's happening, for example, Kakhovka, and on the third day of this strategy, we have to start construction of new pipeline in order to supply water for 1 million people. And it cannot be performed on a regular basis. I think we need to discuss during our donor coordination platform some ideas how to react on such challenges, what kind of mechanism we can use in order to be more fast, in order to provide response on such challenges in a much faster way. And the economy, again, I wouldn't spend a lot of time on future, on new industries. At least let's, from our ministry, from our team, what we are asking, let's discuss together how to react and how we can support our production, our business on the occupied territories. Because again, interest rates right now in Ukraine, 30% plus. I mean, it's impossible just for any business case to work to receive positive results with such a high interest rates. To provide grants, probably again it will be one of the best investments from our joint side. So we will have more time to discuss this. Again, regarding projects, I wouldn't spend a lot of time. Just the key thing that 80% of restoration projects are structured right now via loans. Private sector, from our point of view, at this moment, the most important thing is just to start, not the scale of the project, of private-public partnership projects based, but the key for us is just to start such a projects, and we are working together with IFC, with EBRD, and preparing concession projects. For example, one of the key seaport on Black Sea, and what we see that there is interest even right now from 5 major companies, and they are planning to participate at the end of this year in this concession contest. So, again, thank you very much for your time. If it's possible, just please switch video, and we'll continue.
I remember that day. I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember the Mriya. I remember Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, Kakhovka. I remember the words. And that's why I'm here today. I am here, building peace amidst the war. I'm here for you to come back. So you have a home to come back to. I'm here for you to love. I'm here to build kindergartens, new schools, hospitals. I'm building a lot of roads. And I'm building one road, the road to victory.
I'm here And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alla här. そしてみんなここに来ます。
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi är här allesammans. Estamos todos aquí.
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui.
Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for such a powerful expression of what needs to be done, but also what we can do. And we have a very distinguished panel here who will talk about the various perspectives on rebuilding. My job really is just to be a very, very tight timekeeper. So if I could say that I will try and be as disciplined as possible, both with my questions and perhaps with the answers as well, so that we can keep to time. And to set an example, I'm going to start with the UK. And if I can turn to our Secretary of State for Transport, Mark Harper, to tell us a bit about what you see the UK's role is in supporting the resilience and recovery of Ukraine's national infrastructure.
Sarah, thank you. Well, politicians are not known for their ability to stick to time, but I will do my absolute best. First of all, let me thank Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov, who I had the pleasure of meeting at the G7 Transport Ministers meeting in Japan at the weekend, where he set out very clearly the needs of Ukraine and had the full support of the G7 colleagues. And I'd like to extend that welcome as well to Finance Minister Marchenko and all the panel members and the delegates, all of you here today. Thank you for joining us. Everyone here and people right across the world admire the bravery of the Ukrainian people in standing up to the murderous invasion of their country. Everyone here admires the heroism of farmers turned soldiers, housewives turned snipers, and web designers turned drone pilots. And actually we saw a lot of that in the video, actually ordinary people defending their country. And the transformation of an actor, not just into a peacetime president, but a war leader standing up to tyranny. And it's in his and his government and the Ukrainian people's honour that the UK has convened this meeting today and tomorrow, and we're very proud to do so. But there's another form of bravery in Ukraine, a form of bravery not immediately as clear. When I met with Deputy Prime Minister Kubrikov's colleague in Leipzig last month, Minister Derkach, he didn't only want to talk about how Ukraine is going to defeat Putin, nor just about rebuilding his country after the cowardly attacks of Russia, but he wanted to talk about Ukraine's future, the plans for clean energy, integrated, sustainable and resilient transport, and their plans for 2030 and beyond. The Ukrainian people don't just have the will to fight, they don't just have the certainty that they will win, but they have the courage to plan for a better tomorrow. And while Russia remains mired in the past, with lying generals, a war criminal army and a thieving president, Ukraine looks to a bright future. And we stand with them now, providing arms, ammunition and training, but will continue to stand with them as they build that bright future for the Ukrainian people. The UK government sees measures to rebuild Ukraine as no less important than our diplomatic and military campaigns. Transport, of course, will be a crucial part of this recovery, which is why, following on from the significant financial support package announced earlier by the Prime Minister, I can announce new commitments to ensure Ukraine's transport workers are primed to drive the country's economic recovery once this conflict is over. We will be funding virtual reality training for seafarers within Ukraine, maritime training for Ukrainians here in the UK, and also working to train Ukrainian air traffic controllers so that we can get the civil aviation sector to rebound quickly after the conflict to enable us to rebuild Ukraine's economy. And that builds on previous support, such as the rail aid package which we supplied earlier this year, which I think you saw a bit of in the video, which I had the honour accompanying my own constituency, and men and women that I represent in Parliament are part of the effort enabling the reconstruction of the Ukrainian railway system, which is essential to enable their economy to function. But with the World Bank estimating the reconstruction cost to top $400 billion, we must mobilise wider international support, including the private sector. That's why this conference is vital, to match Ukraine's recovery needs with private sector investment and expertise, to unlock private capital and reassure investors by de-risking projects and showing that Ukraine is open for business, and our announcements about the London Risk Insurance Forum framework are going to be important for that, and to support Ukraine as it reorientates its economy west rather than east, towards an open, democratic Europe, rather than a closed, illiberal Russia, towards the new rather than the old. Throughout, Britain will lead by example, as we've done today, convening like-minded partners to join this noble effort. Doing so will be part of the historic work of rebuilding a free Ukraine, one where its citizens can enjoy not only a hard-fought peace, but also a more prosperous future. Thank you all very much indeed for your support. I look forward to coming back here tomorrow to talk about the further work we're doing in the transport sector. But for now, thank you very much indeed for what we're all going to do to support Ukraine in rebuilding its country.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that. And if I can now turn to the Minister of Finance for Ukraine, Sergei Marchenko, and I would welcome you perhaps to talk about what you see as the priorities in rebuilding and modernising, and how you envision the post-war structure of Ukraine's economy.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to be here and to join such a discussion on rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine. First of all, it's a great opportunity for us to reiterate deep gratitude for all of our partnering countries, which help us to finance our budget needs. At this moment, we fully financed for this year, and we managed to attract only for this year $20 billion US. And if we're talking about starting the war, we managed to attract $51 billion US. I think it's a great success of negotiation. It's a key message of our partnering countries to deliver that we are not alone, and we are not alone not only for budget needs, but we are not alone when we are talking about reconstruction. Also, government of Ukraine continues to hold overall macroeconomic and financial stability. We managed to decrease level of inflation from 26.6 last year to 15.3 this year. We managed to give necessary incentive for our economy to strive and to revitalize, if I may say so. Even our partnering IMF estimation improve our forecast for this year. Our GDP will be at least 3%. We have growth at least 3%. Also, our budget in a quite stable situation. We managed to meet our plans. We also managed to meet our pre-war revenues target. If we are talking about reconstruction, the key question we should ask ourselves and discuss, how come we can manage to bring people of Ukraine back? And when we are discussing different projects, different incentives, this should be on our minds. It's a first message. How come we can bring our people back? Because creating favorable conditions in Ukraine help us to survive, help us to bring our future rather sooner than later. Another question we should ask ourselves when we are thinking about different project restoration, repairment, and other kind of reconstruction, how come we can manage to increase and to Ukraine's economic growth? It's a very important question. We want to restore our jobs. We want to restore our business to operate in Ukraine. We want to attract investment. We want to attract investment not only for surveillance, but also for a future. And the last question we should ask ourselves, is this all of projects, all of investment can help us to create better security in place? If it's all of this question, if you have answer yes, you can start investing in Ukraine, because it's something we really needed. To be a little bit sobering, like a Minister of Finance, traditionally we are very sobering persons. Nobody likes us, but anyway, we should think about a little bit about existing situation and infrastructure. We did, together with Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov, very crucial stuff, trying to match our priorities with possible donors' money with our priorities, because it's something very unusual in previous lives, because we traditionally were very welcoming for any money we receiving. Now we are not. If we want to rebuild Ukraine, we want to stick to the priorities which Ukraine needed first, and then to think about opportunities of other countries. We want to have Ukraine, made in Ukraine, in place first. Please understand me correctly. We want to have made in Ukraine first, and then to think about expectations of other nations. Because it's our country, we want to have all necessary stuff in place. We want to track all donors' money. We want to channel this money into the direction Ukraine first needed. And this it's not a very easy exercise, and I believe we can together do it in a better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, we've seen today is about mobilizing resources, and our next speaker is extremely experienced in this. Anna Bayadi, Executive Vice President of the World Bank. The World Bank's been working with partners and has assessed Ukraine's recovery needs over the coming years. What are the most striking things for you?
Well, thank you so very much. And let me just start by saying how pleased I am to be here at this important event. Let me thank the government of Ukraine and also thank the government of the United Kingdom for convening us. And thank you for your question, which I have reflected upon. What are some of the most striking things that we have seen and learned in assessing Ukraine's needs and early recovery? Well, striking is, of course, first and foremost, that we have a brutal war in Europe caused by invasion by one country into another in 2022, and it seems really, to me, still unbelievable to comprehend that. Secondly, striking is that we have a humanitarian suffering that is enormous. Just to put it in perspective, the World Bank estimates that Ukraine's poverty has gone from about 5% before the war to about 25% now. The other striking fact is, and it was mentioned, that the reconstruction needs of Ukraine after 1 year of war, and of course now we are 1.5 years into war, was estimated by us, the European Commission, UN, and government of Ukraine at $411 billion. That is 2 times GDP of Ukraine in 2021. That's striking. And the final issue, of course, is that the impacts of Russia's war in Ukraine are felt in Ukraine, but also globally in the form of inflation, tighter financial conditions, and great uncertainty. But what is also striking is Ukraine's resilience, and we hear about it. And of course, what we see is government and services are ongoing, infrastructure services are restored, budget is well managed and executed, reforms are even being designed and implemented, and the most recent remit law is something the World Bank really supports. And I wanted to just illustrate a few findings from 2 surveys that we have undertaken recently that also shows the resilience. The first one is a monthly Listening to Ukraine survey that looks at the monitoring of delivery of essential social services that are delivered with the support of our peace project in Ukraine. And this is results from April and May. Over 90% of public service workers have experienced no disruption in receiving payment on time, others only with a slight delay. 97% of pensions have been paid without disruption. 92% of school-aged children are enrolled. 2 out of 5 receive fully remote learning, of course much higher in areas where there are hostilities. And most people report that the community health clinics are open even in regions under hostilities. There are also some areas that give us a glimpse into what we need to pay attention to. Around a quarter of those employed before the war are reported to have lost jobs. Many report that they have irregular jobs or are working to lower salaries. And 6 out of 10 surveyed report that their household is receiving a pension. This means that there are a lot of elderly in Ukraine. And we can also expect learning losses because in the areas that are suffering from the hostilities, there are a lot of children online. We also did a survey of firms that looked at 2,000 domestic firms and 80 multinational firms. And again, of course, firms have suffered revenue loss and employment reduction, but 4 out of 5 firms, 80%, have continued to stay open. Only 4% have permanently closed. And this is because firms have adapted product mix, market, ICT, location. The other very encouraging fact is that international companies have remained committed to working in Ukraine. Ukraine and the World Bank have a very long-standing partnership. We adjusted very quickly to support the war context. At this point in time, we have mobilized $30 billion for Ukraine. A lot of this is coming through partners through the World Bank, and about 23 of this has been dispersed. We provide support to all essential social services through the budget and are now also working on critical projects in areas such as health, transport, energy, agriculture, and housing. And what I'd like to maybe just finish with is, what do we see as most essential now? Well, we really need to focus on tangible results. We heard it this morning, and I'm really impressed. The 2023 budget is in much better shape, actually, than the 2022 budget was. This is very good news, and it's really thanks to the good execution of the Ministry of Finance and, of course, international development partners. But we also really need to focus now on the investment projects. They also need funding, they need execution, and they need support. We also need to make sure we stay coordinated among us and, of course, also Ukraine within Ukraine. And we need to make sure we think creatively with the private sector. I was encouraged to hear about war insurance. We need to think about leveraging, and we need to think about guarantees. And we need to stay united as a community for Ukraine and with Ukraine. And for this, I really welcome this conference. And I will finally say that we must always remember that our steadfast support to Ukraine is vital for Ukraine, but it's also an investment in global prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. It is extraordinary to hear of progress even within those conditions. And we turn now to Lars Løkke Rasmussen, the Foreign Minister of Denmark. And if I could ask you, how do you think we engage the private sector and secure a long-term whole-of-society engagement in the support of Ukraine?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. First of all, I would also like to echo a warm thank you to UK for hosting this year's Ukraine Recovery Conference, and I also want to emphasize our strong commitment and support to Ukraine, which cannot lose momentum. And that's perhaps a bridge builder to answering your question, because engaging the private sector and civil society is also about ensuring long-term commitment to Ukraine, because our strongest stronghold, our democracy, is potentially also our weakness. I mean, it's very clear that the strategy in Kremlin these days is to wait and see whether Western, the allies, the friends to Ukraine, will lose our patience. So we need domestically strong support. And by engaging civil society and private sector, we can do more in Ukraine, and we can engage more voters, honestly speaking, which will ensure long-term commitment. So a few reflections about our concrete experiences. First, about how to make an inclusive process in line with what I just said. In Denmark, we have created a Ukraine fund with strong political support in the parliament. Everybody is on board. This year alone, it is around 2 billion euro. Most of it, of course, military support, because that is the most important thing right now. But we can't wait for the last bullet to be fired before we start reconstruction. So we have allocated around 100 million euros to reconstruction efforts. And we have established a sounding board or advisory board or whatever you would like to call it to ensure a whole of society effort. And we have brought a variety of actors to the table to discuss the Danish support to Ukraine. So that's one important thing. And secondly, you could ask how to ensure the essential engagement of the private sector, both short-term and long-term. And we have found, and this is not rocket science, but we have found that companies face two significant challenges in their efforts to engage in Ukraine. And first, of course, a major risk of losses in connection with exports to and investments in Ukraine. And secondly, and I think equally important, a lack of information about projects, market opportunities, and relevant Ukrainian partners. It's not easy, to do business with Ukraine these days. And to help to overcome these challenges, we have launched a loan and guarantee scheme in Denmark's Export and Investment Fund. And with this fund, we have engaged right now more than 150 Danish companies and private funds in concrete projects in Ukraine. It is, of course, still early days, but so far, newly funded private sector projects are supporting more than 1,000 jobs in Ukraine. Short-term credits, loans, and guarantees are important tools to sustain economic activities here and now. And of course, this is just, the very first small steps towards more transformative efforts. We will need massive investments from international financial institutions and support for the Ukrainian banking and insurance sectors. But we are on our way. And then finally, I would say just a few words about the regional approach, which I also think is important to keep the private sector and the civil society on board, because we responded positively and accepted the invitation from President Zelensky last year to take a special responsibility for reconstruction Mykolaiv. And it have led to a situation where it's much more visible. With that approach, it comes with many advantages. It contributes to a broad public ownership, and it allows for direct coordination with national and local authorities in Ukraine. We have had the mayor in Mykolaiv in Denmark on several occasions already. We have had business communities in Mykolaiv. We are planning to establish a representation, a kind of satellite from our embassy in Kiev in Mykolaiv. So this regional approach is also, I think, an important stepping stone to actually do something. So, that could be perhaps 3 takeaways from the Danish experience. And then finally, on a personal note, I must say, and we discussed it here in the panel, I am so impressed about the Ukrainian leadership. I have been minister for like 15 years altogether, prime minister, finance minister. It's a tough job. But bearing in mind that you are fighting a war and you are making, progress and reforms, and we are pushing for transparency and anti-corruption and sound fiscal policy, and then this huge challenge linked to reconstruction, it is amazing. And I just want to say that on a personal note.
Thank you. Amazing is the right word, and it's a potent point that democracy is proving its worth just now. So we take our place in that, and also the sort of innovative approaches that we can take, and that Denmark is already doing. So we turn now to Werner Hoyer, President of the European Investment Bank. And the question for you is really, how can Ukraine evolve its economic structure to attract investment and pave the way for immediate and sustained growth, drawing on relevant lessons from earlier EU enlargement support?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for having us here in London. It's a privilege and a great opportunity, and I would like to thank the Ukrainian colleagues. And I would like to underline what Laszlo Rasmussen has just said. It's amazing what these people in Ukraine are presently doing, their perseverance, their resolve, but this is also true for the leaders. And without them, it wouldn't work. So congratulations on this. What is key, and this is obvious, it is not only weapons which will decide whether this war will be won or not. It will also be the economic resilience, which is presently shown in a remarkable way, all the way from tax collection to continuous production under difficult circumstances. So what we do today to support investment will make Ukraine stronger within the EU tomorrow, and I underline within the EU, because I see this guy over there as my future governor. As the finance minister of Ukraine, he would be the governor of the European Investment Bank nowadays. What we do now will lower the bill tomorrow. The more we wait, the higher the bill for reconstruction will be one day. So that we better get started now and not wait until the ink under a peace treaty is dry. That might take some time. So let's not underestimate the Ukrainians like Volodymyr Zelensky did, because he thought he could do it easily. That is obviously not the case, and he has made the other miscalculation that he thought the West would fall apart immediately once he has crossed the border. Our institution, the European Investment Bank, stopped our business in Ukraine, in Russia in 2014 because we said he will not stop on Crimea. This will go on, and this is why we were pretty well prepared to do our job there. When we look back over the last decades, no process in Europe has been as powerful as the accession of the countries of the former Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact to the European Union. When I visited as European Affairs Minister in the 90s, the Baltic states, for instance, I would have never dreamed or dreamt that one day they will be so successful within the European Union, and they are, and Ukraine will as well, because some people must get rid of the idea that there is some retarded developing country joining the European Union with huge problems bringing it with themselves. No, this is going to be a strong economy, not just agriculture, but also when it comes to technology. Look at what the Ukrainian people in Western Europe are presently experiencing when they see how far behind the schedule we in Western Europe are when it comes to digitalization and the use of the electronic means, for instance. So let's welcome the Ukraine as a strengthening of the European Union once they're in. I'm convinced the Ukrainian economy can evolve massively by considering reconstruction, accession, and integration together, applying EU standards in everything they're doing, which is the case, but also bearing in mind that this course requires a lot of buy-in. I'm sure that the government can again surprise us very much on align and accelerate on aligning with the EU on rule of law. What we have heard about dream before is a dream. And we already see the fruits of this, and this is extremely encouraging because this is a reassuring message. This is a confidence-building measure for investment in Ukraine. So through lending and technical assistance, we as EU Bank are working in close partnership with all partners, but of course, particularly with the European Commission. There is, by the way, no room for competition among multilateral development banks. There is so much room for synergies and cooperation. We need to do this together. Today we signed an MOU with the Ministry of Restoration to strengthen our cooperation on reconstruction and recovery. We have a huge pipeline of projects. If we get the guarantees in order to bring this into place, we can do much, much more. And last but not least, we will later sign an important agreement with the European Commission to launch the EU for Business Guarantee Facility to improve access to finance for SMEs in Ukraine and other countries of the European Union's Eastern Partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that reminder that economic resilience as well as weapons, how much that matters, and also the excellent example of the Baltic states in EU accession and how we can look forward beyond that. So we've been talking about the recovery of Ukraine being sort of visibly about infrastructure. Troy Rudd is the CEO of AirCom, best acronym of the day, which is a major global infrastructure consulting firm. And I wonder if you could tell us how you are engaging the private sector to help address Ukraine's immediate recovery needs. And from your experience, how can we make support to Ukraine's early recovery even more targeted and impactful for the long term?
Great. Thank you very much. And first, before I start, I would like to thank the organizers, the government of the UK and the government of the Ukraine, for bringing us together and having this discussion. And as already said, thank you to the leadership of the Ukrainian government for being, frankly, so brave and leading in such an extraordinary, difficult time. As an organization, private organization, we did not start with any presence in the Ukraine prior to the invasion. But we immediately supported the Ukraine by first, and I'll say immediately within days, closing down our business in Russia and exiting the country. And since then, we have many people in Europe that have been individually supporting the Ukraine and the people from the Ukraine, and we as an organization have taken a strong position to continue to do that. Now, with respect to your question about the acceleration of the investment in the recovery or in infrastructure, I really think there's two things from our experience that I would point out. First of all, there's been a discussion about the magnitude of the recovery, and it's always talked about in terms of dollars. But you have to think about the mobilization that's got to take place, the mobilization of people to come from other countries when the recovery gets into full force, and the impact on supply chains, what actually has to be mobilized to make this happen beyond the dollars. There's no question there's the commitment, the financial commitment, and the commitment and the will to do this. But if you think about how do you mobilize in the face of so much that has to happen in such a short period of time, and think about all of the stakeholders that are involved, the stakeholders, the people of Ukraine, the decision makers within the government, the decision makers with other governments that are participating or within banks. The amount of stakeholder engagement is extraordinary. And so I think that what we've learned from our past experience is bringing a programmatic approach to this, where you have the opportunity to lay out the objectives of the stakeholders, baseline what you need to accomplish, and set out clear milestones that obviously adapt over time, but then it gives you the ability to create transparency and accountability against achieving those goals. So that's the first, and I think the most important thing is taking a programmatic approach. And I can say that on behalf of our organization, we think we will help bring that to the table, a programmatic approach, again, to the reconstruction of the country. The second important point is, again, in terms of the mobilization, it's imperative that we have governments and private sector come together, but governments to create a safe and efficient environment so that private sector can move people and goods into the country. And what I mean by that is creating government-to-government relationships that allow for that to happen. So effectively, things like extending the licenses of engineers from other countries into the Ukraine without having to be relicensed. Extending the opportunity for people to come in and out and across the border, right? Migrating two projects and two programs. And also creating an opportunity so that goods to support the construction or reconstruction can come across the border. And again, this isn't just a central government-to-government relationship. It's a relationship that governs all forms of government, whether it's local or municipal. So that, again, those goods can come into the projects when they need to be efficiently and quickly so that we can expedite the reconstruction of the country. And again, I can't tell you how important, and there are great examples that have been done in the past, those country-to-country agreements that really open up the opportunity for really the efficient delivery of the recovery. Thank you.
Very much indeed for that. And it's very good to consider not just what needs to be done, but how. And we're going to turn now to Achim Steiner, who's Administrator, United Nations Development Programme. You've just returned from Ukraine, so you've met people directly affected by the war, as well as key officials, including the Prime Minister. So how can the international community best support the government to ensure an early recovery? And how is the United Nations family having an impact on the ground?
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you also to our co-hosts. Thank you for bringing us together. And indeed, talking about recovery can take many forms. You just alluded to another one. I think we heard a lot about systems and ecosystems that you are building. Deputy Prime Minister, I think the first challenge that you have faced in thinking about recovery in the midst of a crisis is that precisely you have to take a systemic approach, which is not easy given the daily survival challenges that are faced. But let me just say, having spent some days in traveling across Ukraine last week, I met your senior officials, I met mayors, I met the men and women who basically had to flee at a few hours' notice and are now trying to go back to the places they call home, but what they find is shattered homes. I met the brave men and women who are now on the front lines of what has become one of the largest minefields in the world, Ukraine, with unexploded ordnance and having to try and clear, for example, a residential area outside Kiev, Irpin, which I spent a morning at, first of all, of the mines that prevent you from going back, then the rubble that has to be removed, getting both the local administration, the equipment, the expertise to do all of this, and the financing. Recovery, colleagues, I think really is not an abstract concept right now. There were some when we met in Lugano who said, how can you talk about recovery and reconstruction when you're in the middle of a war? If you speak to those tenants that I met, if you meet the small and medium-scale entrepreneurs, the men and women who are actually the backbone of Ukraine's economy right now, and you speak to them and you hear how they lost everything, became internally displaced people, live in another part of the country right now, have to rebuild their businesses, how little money can actually make an absolute difference in starting again. It is these hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of small enterprises that you and your Prime Minister, when I met him, also highlighted as a top priority. Recovery, reconstruction is not only physical, it's the social infrastructure. We already heard this morning about hospitals, about schools. It's also about the many injured that are now in hospitals that have to recover. I spent time in a hospital complex in Lviv and learned about the challenge of just producing enough prosthetics, finding people who can produce them, setting up businesses that can actually provide an input at that moment. But let me briefly say, sir, as you also said, I'm here on behalf of the Secretary General this morning representing him. He could not be here, but he wanted to send a very strong and unequivocal message of commitment on behalf of the United Nations. I'm joined by the resident coordinator of the United Nations country team here, many of our agencies who are working in Ukraine right now, and some of us for decades. UNDP has been a partner in Ukraine for over 20 years. Others were mobilized, for example, through the humanitarian response immediately after those attacks began. Just this year, 5.4 million people have already been supported by the humanitarian response that the United Nations, its NGO partners, are rolling out. Our challenge, however, remains that saving lives is something you have to do as part of also thinking about recovery, but the humanitarian appeal right now is only 25% funded. We do emergency responses, for example, to the Kakhovka Dam. The difficulty of trying to bring immediate support in such a catastrophic event was a challenge, but humanitarian agencies, local NGOs, local authorities joined forces. Many people were struggling to survive the immediate disaster. The question now is, can we quickly help the government also to rebuild and help the people to recover? And thirdly, the UN development system with 24 agencies and over 3,000 staff invested in virtually all oblasts that are currently not occupied by Russia, helping local authorities to plan, to do assessments. Anna spoke about the damage assessments that we do together with the World Bank, the European Union to support the government, the human impact assessment that was just published last week to also draw attention to what is happening to people's livelihoods, the loss of income, the food insecurity that is being faced, the challenge for government to mount the kind of social safety nets, this is the United Nations commitment to working with our colleagues in Ukraine and as a partner with many of those who you just heard speaking, and on whom we also rely to bring the resources that allow us to be truly a voice for recovery while lives are being saved, livelihoods are being created. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Such an important discussion. We're also, as I said, on a tight time scale, and I know that Mr. Rasmussen, you will have to leave. There's going to be a rush from the stage at 1, but if you need to leave between speakers, do. And in the meantime, we're going to turn next for a valuable perspective on the Baltic states and the EU response to maintaining economic stability in the region, to Valdis Dombrovskis, who is the Executive Vice President for an Economy, Commissioner for Trade, European Commission. And I wonder if I can ask you that the Ukraine and the EU have been clear on its future as a member state. What is the EU's view of the private sector's role in recovery, and how will the reform linked to membership status galvanize this?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to speak at the Ukraine Recovery Conference on the future of Ukraine, as it has been stated also by President von der Leyen earlier today. The future of Ukraine is in European Union. And just yesterday, European Commission put forward a Ukraine facility worth 50 billion euros to cover the time period from 2024 to 2027. And this facility has 3 main pillars. One is, of course, public financing, which we are going to provide for Ukraine, both to maintain macrofinancial stability, but also for Ukraine's recovery needs. And there we, of course, hope that this EU's initiative, coming with a sizable medium-term package, will also help other donors to mobilize their support. But another important aspect of this package is how to mobilize private sector to support Ukraine's recovery, and that's actually one of the topics of today's conference, including the question of war insurance, because clearly in current circumstances for businesses to go to Ukraine, to invest, to do different kind of economic activities. The question is about covering the country risk and covering the war insurance, and that's why it's important that EBRD is now coming with this initiative on pilot scheme concerning war insurance. We are going to sign the agreement to work on this pilot scheme later today to cover the estimated finance needs. So European Union is going to be one of the supporters of this initiative. It's also important for companies to get involved to have export credit guarantee schemes, and we are currently working on the pilot project of export credits to Ukraine. And I also would like to mention several European Investment Bank initiatives, EU for Ukraine initiative to support infrastructure reconstruction, address priority investment needs, also ensure business support. So we'll be supporting, European Commission will be supporting this package financially with 100 million euros guarantee. And today we'll be also signing 2 other agreements on support for SMEs in Ukraine. So clearly this support for business will be important part of Ukraine reconstruction effort. And finally, the third aspect of our Ukraine facility is that we link together investments and reforms. and reforms which are linked with Ukraine's path towards EU accession. So the idea of the plan is that Ukraine would prepare a medium-term reconstruction plan in cooperation with the EU, in cooperation with other donors, and this plan would bring together necessary investments and reforms, not only to help with reconstruction, but indeed also help with green and digital transformations of the economy, and to help with reforms necessary for Ukraine towards joining the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that. And we've seen today international institutions stepping up. We're next going to hear from the OECD and Matthias Cormann on if you could tell us a little bit about what the OECD has been focusing on to support the Ukrainian recovery and reform effort.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me along today and for hosting this important event. Since we last met, we've continued to work with the government of Ukraine, with our members and the European Union, international partners providing support to Ukraine. And, we have also welcomed Ukraine as a prospective member of the OECD. We've started an initial accession dialogue with Ukraine. Earlier this year, we opened an OECD office in Kiev, which is designed to further strengthen our cooperation on the ground and further strengthen our impact on the ground. But the most important recent development has been the decision to enter into an agreement with Ukraine on the establishment of a formal 4-year OECD country program for Ukraine. That program is designed to provide a structured approach to our reform and institutional support to Ukraine across the public policy spectrum, with the objective to achieve increased adherence by Ukraine to OECD standards and best practices, and also to boost its participation in OECD policy bodies. It's a program which reflects Ukraine's reform priorities, and it's designed in particular to support efforts to attract quality private sector investment in support of the recovery, and generally to help optimize the strength and the quality of the recovery. Just very quickly, in terms of areas of focus, first on helping to ensure transparent, fair and effective regulatory, administrative and legal processes, which is all about helping to provide certainty and boost confidence as part of boosting private sector investment. We're working with the State Regulatory Service of Ukraine to improve regulatory policy making and further simplify administrative processes. We're promoting sound governance of state-owned enterprises. We're supporting the effectiveness of Ukraine's tax policy administration. We've also provided support and training for tax officials, judges and law enforcement staff at the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, which brings me to the second point, which is that we're working to make further progress with anti-corruption and integrity measures. Our country program involves analysis and capacity building to support Ukraine's adherence to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, to which Ukraine has recently become a participant. Currently, we're conducting a review of Ukraine's anti-corruption action plan based on international standards and best practice benchmarks, including with respect to corruption prevention and criminal responsibility. We're focused on improving competition and encouraging investment in the energy sector. It's been noted that Ukraine has and continues to do an amazing job in maintaining and restoring electricity supplies disrupted by Russia's atrocious war of aggression. But of course, next Friday we will launch the OECD market study of the electricity sector in Ukraine, which provides practical recommendations on longer-term reforms for the period after the war, again to improve regulatory stability, enhance the functioning of wholesale and retail electricity markets, and also to accelerate the integration into EU electricity markets. Fourth, we're focusing on supporting efficient, well-connected and sustainable infrastructure with a sound policy framework for Ukraine to leverage public-private partnerships and concessions for infrastructure, and ultimately, again, to boost investment. Fifth, we're focusing on supporting growth and recovery of Ukraine's small and medium-sized businesses with a specific policy review focused on Ukraine's SME sector based on the European Union's Small Business Act across dimensions such as access to finance and procurement opportunities, and also developing advice on supporting the adoption of digital tools by SMEs. There's much more that I could talk about, but in the interest of time, let me just say in closing that, of course, as we work to do our bit, focus on our areas of comparative opportunity to make the best possible contribution, we will, of course, continue to coordinate closely and work closely with all international partners, bilaterally and also through the multi-agency donor coordination platform. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. It's a great accent to hear in the coalition of the committed. I'm afraid we're going to have to lose, I think, 2 ministers now, Minister Smoshenko and Minister Kubrakov, to other meetings. But we still have some key speakers left. So we're going to move on to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway, Anniken Huitfeldt. And the question for you would be that this year, £6 billion Ukraine support programme announced by Norway shows the long-term commitment made by your country to Ukraine. Are you able to say something about the focus on early recovery?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Some weeks ago, I participated in a recovery conference in Odessa, together with my colleagues, my Nordic Baltic colleagues, and also Kuleba, and all those local politicians elected by their own people in free elections in Ukraine really inspired us all, I think, to look ahead, to build a stronger and more resilient Ukrainian democracy and a stronger Ukrainian economy. But we know very well that money and goodwill is not enough. So I really appreciate this invitation to this important discussion, because reconstruction efforts must be coordinated, and they must be based on also local needs. There are numerous examples on humanitarian efforts not based on local demands, but rather on the individual donors' country and what they are willing to provide from their own storages, and how the recipients are forced to buy goods from the donors. That tells more about the donor than the willingness to assist. The result is often that the local markets are totally destroyed, that local economy and local businesses suffer. So we are acutely aware of this when we are implementing our largest assistance program ever. And through the Norwegian assistance program, we focus on firstly, early recovery, rebuilding infrastructure, such as electricity system and bridges. Secondly, making sure that Ukrainian services, such as schools and hospitals, can remain open. Thirdly, finding ways to strengthen Ukrainian businesses, innovation and entrepreneurship. Fourthly, strengthening the Ukrainian democracy and legal system. And finally, of course, military support. In many ways, Ukraine is very different from other humanitarian efforts. But we must make sure that we don't repeat mistakes from the past. When providing assistance to Ukraine, we must make sure that local businesses will benefit. Therefore, we announce today a donation of €25 million to provide war insurances and guarantee mechanisms so companies are willing to invest. This is a part of the €7 billion Norwegian program you referred to earlier in your question, Sarah. Because we know what businesses are asking for: a reliable legal system, commitment to anti-corruption, and burden sharing when it comes to investment risks. And Ukraine has already accomplished a lot. The willingness to fight corruption and the decentralization reforms, I think, are positive steps. And I will also thank the EBRD and the World Bank, Anna, for the very good cooperation and also the coordination with the EU civilian mechanisms. And I'm very pleased to see so many Norwegian companies here today, because I think that private companies really demonstrate that we are in there, all of us, for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for underlining it's both the ambition and the values in your commitment. So our final panelist is a former officer in the US Navy Civil Engineer Corps, so understands both logistics and urgency. He's Bob Pragada, and he's here as CEO of Jacobs, which serves critical markets, as we know, in global infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, and national security. So if I may ask you the question of how will the private, public, and non-profit sector rebuild a resilient Ukraine that prospers even in an ever-changing and unpredictable world, and what conditions are necessary for this recovery?
Sarah, thank you for having me. I think it's being last. It's either no one is listening or everybody is listening because they want to go. But it's great to be here, and also very inspiring. You said I was a former naval officer. I have witnessed firsthand reconstruction of war-torn areas where the resilience of an international community coming together as one. What I saw this morning and what we've seen all along is very, very inspiring. So thank you. You know, when Minister Kubrakov put the first slide up and it talked about just the magnitude, and we've heard a lot of numbers this morning about the magnitude from a monetary standpoint, from just a sheer volume perspective. You know, as the leader of Jacobs and PA Consulting, 70,000 people globally, 20,000 people here in Europe. With deep expertise in infrastructure and clean energy and everything that the country needs. I thought to myself, important, but that's not why we're all here. That's only one step, because it's not about us, it's about the people of the Ukraine. And so when we really think about what outcome are we trying to drive in the reconstruction of the Ukraine, what we believe it is the self-actualization of the Ukrainian people to be a part of the international community. And so, you know, if you start with that outcome, then all of the interfaces and the interdependence of what we do becomes even that much more important. And what we were kind of reflecting on as a team when we were thinking about what we would say today is there was an American psychologist back in the 50s named Abraham Maslow. And Maslow came up with a profile. It's called the hierarchy of needs, and how each of these needs for people build upon each other. And at the bottom of that pyramid is the physiological needs: energy, water, food. You can start to see the parallels here. The next is security. Do I live in a secure environment? And then with the physiological needs and the secure needs, things like love and esteem and respect start to come, and if you compare it to what we're talking about at a global scale. And then at the top of that pyramid is self-actualization. And so the interface between the private sector, the public sector, the nonprofits, I really believe it's the interdependency and not getting too caught up in what we're the experts at, but really understanding what are we trying to achieve. And I believe the environment that needs to be in place, clearly peace needs to be in place, but we're as the minister talked about, we're already doing so much now, even with the challenges that the Ukrainian people are having. But I think all of us need to think about a recovery-based ecosystem for sustainable growth and prosperity for the country of Ukraine. So thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. The ecosystem of recovery, we'll leave it there, but thank you so much for this terrific panel. And I think we finished on time so people can have lunch. And thank you especially to Ministers Marchenko and Minister Kubrakov. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Because it all depends on how many
ask me what if you could change it?
Yeah.
You want to pin that off, kick that food out again? The stabilisers hunting. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, so, but you don't. Yeah, right. Let's just get to that.
We're just gonna. I'm at lunch.
What is that? No, yeah, what? Is it? Don't want me to. Better not be a foodie, this shit. Stabilisers and food are crap. So,
you can have a look when I'm going to go grab it now. Yeah, if you want to start pulling that from the bar or the fix of food, do you know what? Right. Yeah, you can stop with that part, I'll go. What a child. So that's off. So that's all off. And I'd go standard. I don't think I'd go high here. I'd go down to standard, high and vertical. Because high, I think, is more likely to tweak. Well, it's a frequency thing, that. It's a rapid frequency or something's wrong. I bet you, right, if that's off, right, that's now all off. So there's maybe it's more this one, I think. So that's off. Standard. So that's brand new lens. Do you want me to just leave it as standard? It doesn't need any more than that, does it? Is that a bit? I'm just going to message you.
Так, доброго дня. Це Вікторія. Зараз вони будуть проводити чек.
Зовсім трошки, бо Андрій Борисович трошки вище. Що? Що? Отак не надо? Тому що вчора. А? Тому що вчора. Ну так, зараз можемо настроїти канал.
It's off the bubble.
Yeah. Oh, the head is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, unless it's still have a pin though, isn't it?
It hasn't got a pin. It's sheared off.
No, but it's on the lens, isn't it? The pin.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
she
of course.
got
I know. It
thread
should
in
be
there.
fine.
Look.
Oh.
It's, oh, right. Hang on.
Down on that leg.
Is that all right? Yeah, you just come up a little bit on the front. Come up on the front. Come up.
So I'm holding the lens, trying to tighten it.
Pretty good.
Can't tighten that anymore. Yeah, that's as tight as I can do it. Yep, that's good.
Thank you very much.
I had one little moment.
main plenary. The session will commence in 5 minutes. Please, take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Make sure you get loads of shit notes. It's an every thing.
Please, take your seats. The session is about to begin.
It's obviously not my end. I don't know what's going on. Is that video? Yeah, I can hear him fine, and obviously I can speak to you. It's only him looking at hear me. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, ministers, your excellencies, delegations, all distinguished guests. We're now going to move to a plenary 3. We talked earlier about the immediate recovery needs of Ukraine. This session is going to turn its focus on building the foundations for Ukraine's longer-term recovery, the actions needed to support Ukraine's ambition to modernize its economy, and the critical role that private finance will play in order to deliver this. And I'm delighted that this session is going to be introduced via a live link from Kiev by Andrei Yermak, Ukrainian President Zelensky's Chief of Staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I believe in hope. I believe in belief. This is a word of the fiction's character of the famous TV series Ted Lasso that became a symbol of faith and a happy future. And the world lacks real people ready to share this principle. I'm very glad that such people are increasing every day. And this is the people gathered here today. The people who believe in Ukraine, and I thank everyone. I would like to personally thank the government and the people of Great Britain. From the first day of the large-scale invasion, your country has been a leader in supporting Ukraine. Your government's decisions often push other partners to take more decisive actions. Ukrainian people will always remember this. And I will explain why this is important. As our presidents noted, we intend to implement a 5-level concept for the building sustainable peace through unity, stability, growth, security, and democracy. This is the answer to the questions of that we plan to do together with our partners. What is the answer to the questions of how it should be done? Fast, timely, and efficient. 3 criteria we should pursue while considering our actions. In the short term, we plan to rebuild huge volumes of transport, energy, and social infrastructure, and housing for the lives of our people. However, the purpose of today's conference is not only to discuss the urgent needs for the recovery of Ukraine. We have to focus both on general long-term tasks on this specific project. As a result, we should get a package of steps to create the most attractive conditions for the private investors. We set ourselves an ambitious task. We need a new economy and a powerful economic jump that will be a positive driver for the while of the Europe. So our strategic goal is to build a new modern industry. We need new complex productions in every different industry, in very different industries. What is why we invite business from all continents to Ukraine. For example, international corporations, what we take their productions out of Russia or China will be able to restart them in Ukraine. This industrial cooperation with no doubt to be mutually beneficial. Rules we plan to live by can be put into two words, European standards. We strive to join the European Union as quickly as possible. However, our tasks regarding internal transformation are much more ambitious. We must be as attractive as possible for investments. So we plan the development of logistics, transit, financial, scientific and educational infrastructure. Just we want to expel occupiers from our land. We are the same, determine the systemic internal changes. We have already made significant progress. We are going on despite the war. This work entails a wide set of reforms, from strengthening with the judiciaries, demonopolizations, and de-oligarchizations of economy to simplifications of the tax system. Transparency and corruption zero tolerance are key priorities. One strong Ukrainian economy will be able to support a strong army to prevent similar large-scale aggressions in Europe. So it is a common interest of our partners and us. On the other hand, we need security for rapid economic development. Investors from all of the world should confidentially come to Ukraine. To ensure this, Ukraine must become a NATO, and it must get reliable security guarantees on the way to alliance membership. We understand which challenges we face are understanding. So we have to work with the same unprecedented speed and quality. And over the past year and a half, Ukrainians have proven their ability to deal with such challenges effectively. Russia is dragging the world into a high past, and Ukrainians are focused on the future. So together with the other countries, we must build a safe and comfortable world for ourselves and the future generations. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was a ringing endorsement of Ukraine, the future. And I'm delighted to welcome onto the stage now the first Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of the Economy, Yulia Severydenko. Thank you.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, my best greetings to you, and I'm glad to see you all here, as I think it's one of the most important panel, because we are going to discuss the future of Ukraine. And today we all stand on the right side of the history. I'm absolutely sure in this, and together we stand for the better future, and not only for the better future of Ukraine, but for the better future of Europe and the whole world in general. And we have a clear vision of how we are going to see Ukraine in 10 years. So we see Ukraine as first of all as a food security, provider for at least 600 million people across the globe, a reliable source of green energy in Europe. Ukraine will provide up to 15% of EU's green energy. We consider ourselves one of the leaders in the green industrial transition, a reliable supplier of critical materials and natural resources, of course, eastern border of NATO and the arsenal of the free world. We envision a boom of startups and entrepreneurship, a place for professional and social development, and of course, we're integral component of the EU infrastructure network. So Ukraine is a safe, economically and business-driven. There is no abstract concept, but specific and independent reforms and programs. So obviously, Ukrainian recovery will be one of the most ambitious projects for reconstruction in the 21st century. Ukraine's recovery market is estimated at 500 up to 900 billion US dollars. Most of this should be financed and is financed by the private sector. Why will Ukraine become the next investment magnet for the world? Because business activity in Ukraine means long-term and stable benefit. Access to the EU and G7 markets, optimal location for production and headquarters, and freedom to foster economic development and digitalization. We have set a very strategic goal to get and reach GDP growth up to $1 trillion US. We need to have a strong army, over 500,000 military. At the same time, we must develop the social sphere, we must develop education, healthcare. Economic growth will enable funding of these sectors without critical burden on the budget. So we don't want to hinder the business. We are committed to the principles of economic freedom. Therefore, the role of the state will, in 10 years, will significantly decrease. By 2033, we aim to decrease the budget ratio to GDP up to 25%. We estimate the local market for Ukraine's reconstruction and development to be over 500 billion over the next 20 years. In addition, the replacement of Russian and Chinese exporters to EU countries can provide the market over 200 billion annually. To achieve that, we have well-defined goals and strategies in key sectors, such as agriculture, energy, industry, and others. Ukraine poses strategic advantage in this industry, and the advancement will cater to need to Ukraine, Europe, and the global market. So let's start with the first one, is green energy resources. Ukraine has significantly energy potential and can become an important energy exporter to the EU and a flagship of the green industrial transition. We need to produce 700 terawatt hours of electricity to meet our domestic needs and external demand. In addition to electricity, Ukraine will become a reliable supplier of green hydrogen and as well as biomethane produced from agricultural waste. Green industrial transition. Alongside the development of green generation, we will also ensure green transition of other industrial sectors. We aim to produce green steel, aluminium, and fertilizer, and provide them with green logistic, environmentally friendly electric, rail, and river transport. Food security. Food security provider for 600 million people on the planet, becoming the largest private label supplier in EU trade networks and contributing to global food security. Critical materials. Ukraine can become the center of Europe for mining and production of materials necessary for the development of innovative technologies. Ukraine has reserves of 12 priority strategic minerals. Our goal is to set up a full production cycle, not just expand the extraction of raw materials, but to be able to become a supplier of lithium batteries, fuel elements for nuclear power plants, and other end products. Of course, EU infrastructure integration. To integrate with the European Union, we need to redirect our trade flows from the post-Soviet network and to look to trans-European routes. Our goal is to connect all regional centers by highways, high-speed rail, and build a modern system for the use of air transport. The main green logistic will be rail and river transport. All urban transport will be switched to electricity transport. During the following panels, you will see the sector discussed in more details. This is how we see economic development for the next 10 years. Of course, we will do whatever it takes us to make this vision a reality. And if we do not succeed, we can lose our sovereignty. So that's why two main prerequisites for this is NATO and the EU. And it's something that can provide us security, market access, and international institutional reform. Also, Ukraine will create a favorable condition for business cooperation, both now and after Ukraine's victory. And we realize perfectly well that it cannot be achieved without structural reforms, anti-corruption reforms, rule of law reforms. The implementation of these reforms for us is a matter of attracting investment. We aim to foster a favorable business climate and to ensure access to affordable capital. Additional to this, we're working right now on a competitive tax system and focus on developing a modern labor market to meet challenges of the post-war recovery of Ukraine. Of course, to aim this ambitious goal, we need people who are willing to make it happen. We will create conditions for Ukrainians to return back to their homes. What we need for now to do this? Of course, to ensure security, to uphold freedom and justice, and to foster dynamic economy recovery. Yet we recognize that we are not able and can't achieve it alone. We actively seek for a strategic partnership that can serve as a catalyst for investment to Ukraine. We invite Ukrainians to return home and the global community to join our transformative journey, investing in our resilient nation and sharing in its prosperity. This is more than a national task. It's our global call to action, demonstrating that democracy and freedom triumph over totalitarianism and corruption. So thank you, and slava to Ukraine.
Thank you very much indeed, and for setting out your vision for Ukraine and making clear that you can't do it alone, that you're going to need strategic partnerships, and that's what we're going to be talking about now. We've got, I think, coming any minute, our business secretary, but just perhaps while we wait for her to arrive, if we could start by going straight on. We're looking at the international financial institutions today to take a lead. So I'm delighted to introduce next the President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Non-nuclear use. I think that these are the actions of a leader who knows that the conventional fight on the battlefield is unsuccessful and will ultimately be unsuccessful. Of course, we want to see this war come to a conclusion and can come to a good conclusion quickly. The best way of doing that is for Russia to withdraw its troops, for President Putin to recognize the folly of
now what we can do now and what we see as a challenge and opportunities ahead. To start with, I think what I want to underline from my personal and the bank experience is the resilience of Ukraine. It's amazing to see, I've been traveling to Kiev twice in the last year, to see the resilience of the people, the way they handle the situation, I mean, with a very calm and determination and resolve, you know, I mean, really, and also the resilience of the economy. And I think that after the big shock of the war and the fact that part of the territory which was engine for growth in the country is under, heavy fight or occupied, still now the economy stabilized, slightly positive growth even. So, I mean, the resilience, the fact that economy is still functioning, the banking system is still functioning, banks are open, nothing has been suspended, this is a very strong strength. And I think that we can build on this resilience to develop investment. Based on this diagnosis, what is my message today is that we are very much open for business. So we decided very quickly, after a bit of, the shock of the war, very early on, we decided to continue to invest in the country and to continue to support both key infrastructure. We shifted a bit our activity in order to, because the priority was at some point of time to support key infrastructure, electricity network, railway network, access to gas, but also continue working with the private sector through the banking system and directly, and also with trade finance. So we've continuing to do that. We get some donor support and shareholder support, and I want to thank all countries, including the UK, Germany, and so forth, who help us to share the risk, because of course for the bank it's a challenge. But I think now, this worked very well, and we see a lot of demands, of needs, and of opportunities. Overall, since the beginning of the war, we have invested 2.5 billion. Our objective is by the end of the year to have invested at least 3 billion, and we see an inflow of projects, and we have, there is really important needs. As I was saying, our objective is really to support the real economy, not the budget support. There have been a lot, the international community has provided a lot of budget support, which is key also to sustain, for the government to continue to function, people to have, civil servants to be paid, people to receive their pension, but supporting the real economy and access to electricity, to heating, to transport, and so forth is also very important for the economy to continue going. For the government, it will provide tax revenues for the government and so forth. So I think it's very much part of the short-term response, and it's there, echoing the notion of resilience. It's amazing how all these key infrastructure have been adjusting to the challenges created by the war and the destruction and the repeated destruction with the Russian bombing. So I think moving forward, in order to be equipped to be able to enhance, to sustain our investment in Ukraine and to enhance, we are now discussing with our shareholders some capital increase. So this will give us more margin of maneuver and capacity to plan also. And we want really to focus on reconstruction. EBRD, the R in EBRD is reconstruction, and we really want to be, to live up to our name and focusing on reconstruction. As Deputy Prime Minister was saying, the country has a huge potential, huge assets, be it in agribusiness, manufacturing capabilities, IT sector, strong financial sector who has been very resilient in the war, but also well-trained human resources, proximity to the EU market, the perspective of joining the EU, which is, and we've heard this morning, the President of the Commission, and the very strong determination that this will move forward quickly, and a strong political commitment to move on in that direction. I think all these are very important elements paving the way for reconstruction. And what we are trying to, the way we try to contribute to that is to develop an ecosystem of solutions. So there is no one response, one single way to do that, to contribute, but I think there is many things that we can do in order to facilitate the reconstruction. This includes mobilizing private financing, domestic, but also foreign, to support investment and to invest, and we are ready to accompany this investment. The second element is to improve absorption capacity at the national level, at the regional level, at local government. There are a lot of things that can be done with municipalities. strengthening institutions and supporting reforms through the path of EU integration. And let me focus on a number of initiatives we are happy to announce today or we've been developing. The first one is cooperation, to work together. And we've just signed an MOU with a national development financial institution working all in the private sector in order to create a sort of joint platform for financing projects in the private sector, bringing our pipeline and being a sort of single entry point, avoiding multiple, each DFI going for its own assessment of the project, due diligence, and so forth. So joining forces, and we signed an MOU, and this will be, I think, a very effective way to coordinate. We managed to, it shows, I think, the determination and the commitment to support Ukraine, because we managed to show in a record period of time with 19 DFI. So we are very, very happy with that. The second key issue is, and it's been discussed a lot this morning, is de-risking instruments and war insurance and so forth. There is a lot of things already existing. MIGA has been having this kind of instrument. It was created for that, but you also have national guarantee instruments. Some countries mentioned that this morning. What we are trying to do is to bring back private sector insurers and in order building a sort of framework. There's also a pilot project where we will bring back private insurance and reinsurance with providing some support financing in order to relaunch the market. And to start with, our intention is to focus on trade facilitation, because there is, insurance are either non-existing or very costly in terms of transportation, good transportation, and so forth. And we think it's useful to start with that at a small scale, but to see and to build up from there. So this is what we call the Ukraine Recovery Guarantee Facility, which aims to leverage donor grants with EU guarantees to mitigate all the risk on trade. Third priority and key issue is increase absorption capacity and improve the project delivery capacity. And we want to work jointly with World Bank and EIB to develop a project preparation capacity support. And the last point, which I think is very important also for the long-term investment prospect, is the reform agenda. And good governance, favorable business environment, transparent tax framework, strong institution, rule of law, continued fight against corruption. These are very important elements which deserve full attention, and it's very good to see the government so committed to continue to deliver on that agenda despite the challenging environment, because this is a fundamental element for trust and to attract investment. We are playing our part in that with recurrent reform architecture, which brings experts to continue to deliver on that. But this will be key in order for Ukraine to build back better, being more green, stronger, and extremely attractive in terms of foreign investment. So I'm very confident, very happy, but there is, of course, a lot of work to do and to do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I think we can welcome at this point the UK Secretary of State for the Department of Business and Trade, who can perhaps respond to, first of all, the Deputy Prime Minister's vision over the next 10 years. And you talked about the European standards, and I think we've heard some of those. But it would be great to hear about the UK's view of strategic partnerships.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you everyone for being at this plenary today. And in particular, I'm really happy to be sitting here next to my friend Yulia, who we've had multiple interactions with, not least of all the recent digital free trade agreement, which we signed together. I think broadly, if we take a step back and look at what it is we're trying to do, given the conversations that we've had, we want to make sure that Ukraine is in a better place than it was before this war began. We don't want the country, certainly the Ukrainian government doesn't want the country to just pick up where it left off, let alone further back. and trying to make sure that we corral all of the right resources in order for people to think about that vision of the future, what Ukraine can look like, is the story that we want to tell, and that's the basis of the support which we are giving. And we cannot underestimate the size of the task that is ahead of us. Speaking specifically from my department's perspective, I think one of the things that we really want to emphasize is how this is not government's job. And just looking at the people who are in the room who are attending the conference, it shows that everybody recognizes that they have a part to play. This is something that's going to require quite a lot of help, efforts, infrastructure from the private sector. And I think the figure that I've been given in terms of the size of what would be needed will be about 411 billion, according to World Bank figures. I mean, that's phenomenal. Where are we going to get those resources from? So emphasizing the need for private sector involvement in Ukraine's recovery, given the scale of the cost, is one of the jobs that I have, so that people know exactly what it is that we're trying to do. And there is a huge amount of goodwill. So far, we've seen so much. Hundreds of businesses have signed the Business Compact, and I wanted to welcome support such as a corporate twinning program from Freshfields, already underway. There's ongoing planning for a Kiev International Finance Center by a consortium led by the LSE, and just wanted to say thank you so much for all that work. So ongoing support is critical to make sure that we don't, that things don't get worse, and then we can also think about what the future will hold. So areas like energy are particularly important. So my department has been working not just across the UK government, but actually with other governments on things like emergency repairs that were required to maintain power supplies over the winter. And the key to success is making sure that we do that well, but also set things up as we're doing that for the large-scale future reconstruction, the subsequent growth, and full participation in a modern, sustainable economy once Ukraine has won the conflict. So if I look at other areas where we've been able to collaborate, the last meeting we had, we talked about the importance of technology to Ukraine's recovery. So we are here to support and help meet those ambitions. Ukraine's national recovery plan's focus is on resilience, and we know that when we talk about infrastructure, we think about the things that you can see, but actually there is a tech sector powerhouse in the country. We hire a lot of people from Ukraine even now. Yesterday, I met lots of businesses who talked about the Ukrainian employees, which they had all around the world, really inspiring them to make sure that they took part in the recovery efforts. And 2022, amazingly, was a record year for Ukraine's tech sector. There was still £7.5 billion in export volume, which grew from 3.2 billion in 2018. So I want to make sure that when we're talking about this, we also emphasize the success that is still taking place despite the conflict and despite the sheer scale of activity that you're having to deal with, Yulia. So we are supporting the tech sector. The digital trade agreement, which I referenced earlier today, referenced earlier in this session, was one of the things that the UK is trying to do with other countries. We've only done it once with Singapore, so this is an example of us leapfrogging. A digital trade agreement is very different from what people are used to hearing us sign. People think about trade agreements as just being exports, and they visualize containers, but what we signed together was things like data localization, making it easier to transfer information between the two countries. So I think that there is a lot of good work that we will see utilizing that free trade agreement. And I wanted to also emphasize that we launched the Business Bridge Ukraine platform. So that helps businesses identify and link up with counterparts who provide the kind of service that their business needs. And there are a few other government initiatives which I think we've been announcing throughout this conference. We connected businesses to priority projects. We've produced a guide to doing business with Ukraine. That's one of the things that my department did. And what we're really trying to do is show international leadership. We think that we have a role to play in shining a light on what everyone else can do. The UK can do that very, very well. And we're working with multilaterals. Jill has been talking about the work that she's doing, working with multilaterals, with other governments to highlight, emphasize, and provide as much support, not just to the Ukrainian people, but also to the government, to ensure that we end up in a much better place than where we started. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's terrific to hear of Ukraine as the tech sector powerhouse in that sense of leapfrogging that you mentioned, and just that what everyone can do if people are galvanized. And we heard earlier today from Germany, particularly about how it's rising to the challenge of humanitarian aid, particularly for those displaced. But we're now going to hear from Svedja Schulze, who is Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, on Germany's contribution.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to underline what Odile, what Kemi said, that is an immense task for generations to rebuild Ukraine. And we need to be aware of that we need everybody on board. We need different actors. We need a smart, a well-coordinated approach. And it is easier to say than to deliver. So that is our common task here together. And it is important that we ensure that we set now the right course, that we set now the right priorities. That needs to be achieved by all partners. It's not finger pointing on each other's. We need to work together here to help Ukraine to build back better, as it was announced before. So it is not enough that we have the public sector on board. We need private engagement. We need the private sector. And you know that thriving local companies, they create jobs. They increase tax revenue that's needed. They attract further investment. They lead an economic boost. So this will help to ensure long-term economic sustainability, and that is what we also want to reach. A healthy national economy is really an important factor for successful recovery and for resilient society, and creating the right conditions for that. That is what we are discussing here about, and that is what is needed. And that is where Germany is helping Ukraine on that way. And let me provide just a few concrete examples. Many companies in Ukraine have been impacted by the war. For example, due to disrupted supply chains or because of loss of scale markets. And our economic cooperation and development programs work closely with Ukrainian companies to continue operating in times of war. For example, by advising an alternative supply chain, an alternative location. For example, by connecting Ukraine's companies with business opportunities, or by closing supply gaps through financing. And it is really obvious that investments require suitable framework conditions, and these are closely linked to a successful reform and an EU accession process. Julia mentioned that before, how important that is. And Germany's business never left Ukraine, and I'm really grateful and impressed that the company stayed even during dishonorable times of war. And we now see an increasing interest in Ukraine as an investment destination. And the German business community is making specific contributions to meet acute needs in the energy and the construction, in the health and the seed sectors. And Germany's investment and export credits guarantees enable German enterprises to operate in Ukraine and with Ukrainian companies. To further facilitate a private sector involvement, it is up to Ukraine to gain the trust of the business community. Julia, you mentioned it. It is crucial that a conducive environment is created for foreign direct investment and for the Ukraine economy, and that means comprehensive reforms, anti-corruption measures, transparent tendering procedures, legal certainty, as a part of a broader pathway to Europe. And Germany also supports Ukraine on this way, providing government advisory services and by strengthening Ukrainian administrative bodies, and at both on national and municipal level. It's also important to look at the municipal and the local level, because that is also important. You just mentioned the EU accession status. We support Ukraine on the way in the EU. We do that over years and we'll continue to do so. And you see how much progress is done during the time of war. That is amazing in such times that Ukraine made such steps forward. And I would like to highlight recovery and reconstruction go beyond materially rebuilding damaged infrastructure. Let us build bridges from humanitarian aid that is needed now to reconstruction, to long-term sustainable recovery. That means also social cohesion, the promotion of social participation and inclusivity are key factors for success in this regard. And Germany is also providing comprehensive support in that. Since February last year, Germany has allocated as much as 3.6 billion euros in total for civil support in Ukraine. And that is just one part of the German humanitarian development, military and civil support in the amount of around 16.8 billion euros. And we want to help the Ukrainian people to cope with displacement, the socio-economic effects of the Russian war of aggression, and the psychological needs of families, of children, and public services need to be continued, and that is also a part where we are helping. So it is important that the European government and the international community not only secure funding and economic investment, but also ensure that reconstruction and recovery efforts adhere to the Lugano principles as we agreed in Switzerland last year. This includes an inclusive and a transparent, a sustainable and reform-oriented process, and that is driven by the Ukrainian people. It's not driven by us, it's driven by the Ukrainian people. And this also means that reconstruction must be carbon neutral, it must be resilient, and all the things we agreed on. It is easier to say that than to deliver, I know, but together we must strive for a free and European future for Ukraine. Ukraine's resilient society deserves our full respect and our full support, and we stand ready to continue our assistance and collaboration with our Ukrainian partners at all levels of government and administration, as well as with the Ukrainian strong civil society. And let us also engage them. We need, on the one hand, all the companies, the private sector, but we also need to bring together the civil society and bring them on board. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to work together.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for reminding us of the Lugano principles and also just what those conditions need to be for transformation. Our next speaker is head of the International Finance Cooperation and formerly the World Bank's Vice President for Infrastructure. So he understands transformation above all and can tell us how this applies to Ukraine. Please welcome Maktar Diop, head of the International Finance Cooperation.
Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just say a few words about what IFC is. IFC is a World Bank group has three components, which is MIGAS, has been mentioned already by Odile, which is with the guarantee. We have the IBRD, which is doing the finance, and I believe that my colleague Anna Bjerde was one of the panel, and you have the IFC, which is the leading investors from DFIs in emerging economies. So for me, what I want to say first is the timeliness of the conference. Why is the conference now? And I think it's very timely. The first phase we had, and I would like to commend Madam Minister because we've been in many meetings talking about the recovery assessment. The first phase was to keep the country alive. And I think it was totally normal that at times there were a larger flow of public resources to keep the budget running, to pay civil servants, to support the war effort. That was a critical and necessary condition to be able to think about the next step. And the world has been doing an excellent job in mobilizing those resources. I think that looking at it, I think the world realized that now, now that Ukraine not only has been able to protect his land, but now is regaining the land that they have lost, it's time to think more aggressively about reconstruction. And I think this is very important that we have that conference now and today. So what I think that is interesting is that during the time where the government was thinking about protecting the nation, at the same time they didn't waste time. They invested in looking at the regulatory frameworks that will allow to crowd in private sector. I remember having conversation with the Ukrainian counterparts, and they were telling me that they were working on the law on competition and different laws to be able to pave the way for the new phase that we're entering. In that context, we were asked and tasked to be leading the PPP advisory. And for us, it's very important because the public-private partnership framework and pipeline design that will be paving the way for all these investments that we need to have it. So first request, all the investors that were here, we have my team led here by Alfonso, who is the vice president. Please go to him and talk to him about business opportunities. That's why he's for. So let's make it very concrete so that the time we are spending here is used to lead to deals. During that period of keeping the country on its feet, we invested, the most task was to keep the money flowing. So we invested in and helped on trade financing. And that we continue doing that because we need to continue importing and exporting. And we ask our bigger not only to bring that guarantee to us, but to extend it to everybody who needs that, and that's what will happen. The second one was to continue the flow of resources to our clients, which were in Ukraine, and to be able to allow them to continue their activities. So we did it without any guarantee. We used our balance sheet, exposed it, and we said we have to finance the companies in the agricultural sector, in the tech sector, in the trade sector, in the banking sector, so they can continue functioning and supporting the government. Now, this phase that we're entering is a phase that we're articulating about a reconstruction program of $2 billion, where we'll be continuing investing in various sectors. Let me tell you a couple of the sectors that we're investing already. Yeah. Here on my right, we have one of our clients, because we believe that tech we need to work on with Ukraine, because the tech potential is known. So we continue investing in that sector. We work with this great client, but also we are investing in other companies to be able to keep the infrastructure in telecom. So tech will be an important area of investment. Secondly, agriculture. We have invested in some agriculture areas and some investors, and we mobilize investors from France, from other countries who invested in Ukraine, and we are seeing the impact. Third is logistics, because we believe that without logistics, the country will not be able to respond to the needs. And we are currently, for instance, advising, we'll be starting actually signing it today, an agreement to advise a company on the logistics side, but also support the sea transport that will be necessary. So what we're hearing from our clients from the private sector, they need equity. And whenever we talk to investors in Ukraine, they tell us it's good to have loans, it's good to have it, but equity is even better. So we have done something. We have we have changed and adapted our risk profile and our procedure to be able to meet some of these requirements. Because if you apply the traditional way of looking at risk, we will not be able to invest in equity in Ukraine. But what the companies are telling us is that we need equity, equity, equity. So this is something that we're looking at, and we try to mobilize more people to do that. Secondly, we need to rebuild the country in a green way. And I think that we have great opportunities here to do it. Actually, in IFC this year, 47% of our lending will be climate-related. So it has been one of our important focus. And we're seeing a few opportunities. Madam Minister mentioned the sector of metallurgy, aluminium, and so forth. We believe that the hard-to-abate sectors, as we call them in our jargon, are sectors that will require a lot of our support. And we will be working very closely with investors in this area. Why? Because it's usually the sectors that are not looked at. People are investing more in a generation of green electricity, but not enough in helping the aluminum sector, the industrial sector, to have a much less carbon content in their production. If you don't want to rebuild Ukraine different from what Ukraine used to be, it will be a Ukraine which have a manufacturing sector with a much lower content on carbon, because it was a very intensive carbon production. So how we work with the companies to help them on that path will be a second priority. But let's not forget some things, that we cannot do that without also being an inclusive society. For us, gender will be an important part of what we are doing. If we don't ensure that all women in Ukraine, we have shown the resilience and the leadership that they're showing today, are not included as they should be included in the productive sector, and we are lucky to have great example, we will not be able to help the government of Ukraine with our interventions in the private sector to build the society that they're aspiring to apply. So these are a few elements of what at IFC we will be doing, and we will be doing it by trying to de-risk also some of the investment, and I will be making a big mistake if I don't thank some of our partners who have provided us with grant money. Netherlands, Switzerland, the UK, and the European Commission, and BRI, and we are supporting us with providing us grant money, which help us to de-risk some of our investment. But the more we get of grant money, the more we can invest in equity, the more we can take risk, and the more we can help the government of Ukraine to move in the direction that they assess. So I will stop here because I know that we are running out of time, but I just wanted to say that it's a very timely conference, and we hope that there will be a mechanism to follow up on the implementation of what has been discussed today, so that all of us who are here can be accountable of what we are committed for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I've seen a lot of business cards exchanged, so I'm hoping that, as you say, this is timely, and it's a call for investors and investment now. Talking of investment, our next speaker, Lena Kazani, CEO of Horizon Capital, a leading US private equity firm that has raised the largest fund for Ukraine since the invasion. It was also the first, so it'd be interesting to hear the benefits of first mover and about risks and about resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. At the same time, I feel an incredible responsibility on my shoulders representing the private sector. And we've heard so much about the importance of engaging the private sector today. So first, I want to set the context. I've lived 30 years in Ukraine. Ukraine is my home. And we've raised $1.4 billion over the years, invested $1 billion. And through the funds that we've managed, we have employed 77,000 people in over 160 companies. And today on the ground, through the equity that we've provided to our partners, and often we're the only investor alongside the founders, we have 26,000 people across the country who are providing essential services, who are in e-commerce, in retail, in tech, in consumer companies, which we see are contributing to the resilience that we see on the ground in the country. So I'm very passionate about this. I'm very passionate about the private sector being engaged. And I'll start with this. Today we heard from President Zelensky, we heard about vision, agreements, and real projects. And for us, I mean, when we put out the vision of $250 million fund raised during the time of war to give equity, growth equity, to entrepreneurs right now, not when the war is over. When we had that vision, of course, that was before the war, the full-fledged invasion. We were on track to pull that off in March 2022. And of course, we took a pause to focus on safety, security, on business models, on the companies, on all the people that I've talked about. But I have to say, when we restarted in May, it's because of the folks sitting beside me. It's because of Mukhtar at IFC, Adil at EBRD, Western NAS, DEG, FMO, Rockefeller Foundation, others, CFM, who backed us at our first closing. By September, we had $125 million. By April, we had brought together, in addition to IFC and EBRD, 8 governments, 8 DFIs that are government-backed, from countries from US, DFC, from Sweden, Swedfund, FinFund, I already mentioned FMO, DG, IFU from Denmark. We had brought all of those together and exceeded our target in April. So in April 28th, we exceeded our 250 million target, and now we're investing. We're not only talking about investing, but in fact, we've closed a transaction. We will close 2 more in the next quarter, and we are putting that money to work now in Ukraine, in the private sector, with entrepreneurs who have a great deal of difficulty raising capital elsewhere. I just want you to appreciate the magnitude of the problem here. Imagine if you're an entrepreneur and you can barely attract a loan at 25%. You're lucky if you get a local currency loan at 25%. Equity is almost undreamable. If you are a tech company, if you're an export-oriented company, you are being told quietly, if you move your people out of Ukraine or if you fire your Ukrainian team, we'll give you capital. We're saying the opposite, and that's what we should all be saying. Build your business in Ukraine, expand your footprint, add jobs, make sure that you're investing in a gender-smart way, and make sure that you've got 50-50 women and men on your teams. I mean, that's what we're saying to our companies that we're investing in right now. So I guess my message first and foremost is this, is that we had the vision, thanks to all of these wonderful institutions, and I can't even tell you the outsized role that EBRD and IFC playing in Ukraine, and I hope that everyone who they've asked for grants or backing has filled their coffers, because we need them, and we need their coffers to be full in Ukraine. They are the first that folks are going to. And then the second thing is, I hope that all countries who have a development finance institution have ensured that they have a mandate for Ukraine. We're seeing that happen over this year. Some are there, some are not, but everyone should have their mandates open for Ukraine already. And in terms of the private sector, look, these are the folks that are driving resilience. I can't tell you enough. I could spend the whole day telling you about amazing stories about people on the ground. I'm going to share 3 very quickly. I know but I want to leave these with you. I want to share the story of, in February 2022, Sasha Konotopsky won Forbes Entrepreneur of the Year. He leads Ajax Systems, which is the ring of Ukraine. When the full-fledged invasion happened, he moved 160 20-ton trucks of production equipment to safer location. In April, he was already 4 times daily output, back on track, producing, and it opened up a platform outside of Ukraine as well. I look at Aurora, which is like a discount retailer that was present through South and Eastern Ukraine. 863 stores before the full-fledged invasion, dropped to 636. They're at 970 stores. They're opening a store every 17 hours. Why? Because they know that the communities that they are operating in need those stores. They need that access to goods. They're prioritizing South, East, the deoccupied territories. And the last thing, I was so impressed by what Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak, said today about this profound hope about the soldier who planted seeds, knowing that those homeowners will come back and maybe they will have given root. You know, when Kherson was occupied, we've invested in one of the largest broadband cable companies. They are #1 across the country, fiber optic cable. We had 50 people in Kherson. We were dismayed when we saw the images of occupiers coming into the offices, ripping cables out of the wall, stealing equipment, breaking everything. We had 18 people who remained during occupation. Imagine during the entire Kherson occupation. We continued to pay, the staff continued to make sure that they were paid in their Ukrainian accounts in non-occupied territory. But the day of liberation, when the CEO of this company called those 18 people, he was in shock, because one person, the person who was responsible for all the equipment, the CTO, had hid the most important piece of equipment under his bed. for the entire occupation, hid a $150,000 Cisco piece of equipment under his bed. That's why we need to liberate these territories. That is what people are risking, and that is what the private sector is doing, and that enabled connectivity within 24 hours in Kherson. Back to the private sector. Give Ukrainians the resources to help themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for that really exhilarating expression of the defiance, of the spirit of defiance, and build your business in Ukraine, I think is the message absolutely for today. Part of the answer is going to be to scale, is to create fund vehicles that appeal to a wider group of investors. Listed fund vehicles are a recognised way of doing this. So what interest is the London Stock Exchange seeing from fund managers and investors more broadly around this kind of opportunities? And what can the London Stock Exchange do to support it? Well, luckily, we have with us Denys Shmyhal, the CEO of London Stock Exchange, to address these questions.
Well, thank you, Sarah, and Lynn, and thank you for those rousing remarks. And I just want to pick up on that and acknowledge the extraordinary resilience of the Ukrainian people and what they have done to keep the economy going, among other things. We are an international company, London Stock Exchange Group, LSEG, and we have people in Ukraine. We have customers in Ukraine. We had a team in Russia. We had a business in Russia. We shut that down. We, last year, suspended the securities trading on the London Stock Exchange from Russia. We expelled the securities listed in our index business, in the FTSE Russell index business. And our WorldCheck database, which is the leading database around the world for KYC and AML and sanctions data, was used by customers all over the world to respond to the sanctions that were imposed. And today we're very proud to join this group, to join the Recovery Conference. We hosted a market open this morning with the Chancellor, with a number of other members of the financial ecosystem here. Last night we hosted an event emphasizing the critical role of female leaders in maintaining the Ukrainian economy. I acknowledge your comments about really focusing on that opportunity in these times as well. But these events highlight the importance of public markets as well. Makhtiar commented on equity, equity, equity. You have spoken about the opportunity and the need with private equity. The public markets play a critical role here, and the public markets can play that role with respect to both public equity, but also with respect to debt financing. And I think, given the scale of the challenge, this is not something that governments can do on their own. This is not something that NGOs can do on their own. We absolutely need private sector capital, debt, and equity finance involved. I think in addition to the public capital raising created by a listing environment, a listing also creates a profile, it attracts talent, it becomes a currency, and it's a critical element in terms of the role for public markets in terms of helping Ukraine both secure its infrastructure, but build the dynamic, innovative, and sustainable economy that we have been hearing about this morning. London Stock Exchange Group owns the London Stock Exchange, and LSE is the world's most international exchange, where we attract investors who understand risk, who are comfortable taking a long-term perspective, and who are comfortable driving improvement in governance standards. Now, prior to last year's large-scale invasion, we already had a very active involvement with Ukrainian companies, with the Ukrainian economy, having had 9 companies currently listed on the stock exchange from Ukraine, and a similar number of bonds from Ukrainian entities. And we are looking forward to continuing to play that role in partnership with Ukraine, in partnership with the markets in Kyiv. We are currently engaging in the proposed International Financial Center discussions in Kyiv to have that entity join the major cities as part of the World Alliance of International Financial Centers. We are also in discussions with Ukraine's National Securities and Stock Market Commission in terms of capacity building, in terms of support for local capital markets in Ukraine, and in due course for dual listings, i.e. listings in Ukraine that are also listed here in London, where we can provide that access to domestic capital and to international capital. I am proud to announce today, in our modest way, our efforts to help that over the coming year, the London Stock Exchange will waive listing fees for equity issues by Ukrainian businesses, and we will also be waiving admission fees for fixed income issuances that are guaranteed by the Ukrainian government. And so in that context, we look forward both as soon as possible, but also on an ongoing basis to help play a role in bringing capital into the public markets to help with the recovery of Ukraine and really the very impressive vision that has been laid out in terms of what will be built in the Ukrainian economy going forward. The people of Ukraine, including our people in Ukraine, I'm very proud to have seen how they have helped continue to serve our customers in Ukraine and how they have continued to provide data and keep the markets running in Ukraine. And I would say there's that kind of resilience, that kind of opportunity that they have continued to maintain, and those kinds of services that they have continued to provide. I think it's an example of the critical role that capital markets play. And I hope that we can build on their courageous efforts to create a stronger, brighter future for the people of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've heard a lot today about Ukraine's defense of European values and accession, actually, to the EU and those standards that you're showing and the reforms that you're undertaking. So we're going to hear now from Marija Bachovnik-Barik, Secretary General, Council of Europe. The Council of Europe has produced in consultation an action plan for Ukraine called Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction, which seeks to support standards in human rights, the rule of law and democracy in line with European Union values. So over to you.
First of all, thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you to the UK government to have organized such an event, very timely and very good, well targeted. And at least I'm not aware of another event that has such a variety of stakeholders and in a view of huge needs. It was mentioned earlier. I think we really need to coordinate, cooperate, or look for opportunities where we can do more, or together, or everyone in its part. And I liked very much your minister when you said that there is a transformative journey for Ukraine, and what we do is very much actually accompanying Ukraine on this very important, very challenging, very difficult journey. But I think we are well placed to work on our background on what you said before you are doing. Actually, we are rule of law, democracy, and human rights organization. And I think in respect of business environment and having, when the peace comes, and it will come, but still now working on rule of law, I think it's very crucial for securing all those who are investing, have been investing, and think of investing in Ukraine. So, but let me start with the beginning. There was the LSE said that they shut down the business in Russia. Actually, we are the only international organization who excluded Russia from its membership, and almost from the day one. And you know, on the very morning, on the 24th of February last year, it was very clear for us. The Russia was breaching basic rules and statutes and values we stand for. So it took just few days, 1 day to suspend, and then procedurally another 10 to 14 days to exclude Russia. So that was very much how we thought we have to react. And from the day one, we were actually with our member state, Ukraine, shoulder to shoulder, trying to adjust immediately what we can do. And what we did immediately was the action plan that was ongoing. We actually adapted to the situation. There was a need for helping Prosecutor General in investigating alleged and obviously happening gross human rights violations. But also we continue to work on reforms. And this is, I think, what is really commendable, greatly commendable and admirable in Ukraine, that even at all times during this horrible war, the government was dedicated to reforms and dedicated to the future, and at the same time fighting the horrible war of aggression that they were exposed. And that made me think in my career, I work a lot in the countries that needed reform. And I work also in private sector. I was saying the company was listed on London Stock Exchange. And actually, you know, the CEO was saying, you know, how to run and compete with the best companies in the world listed on the LSE, and at the same time transform, reform, and compete. So sometimes I feel this is where Ukraine actually is now, and I think we helping Ukraine on that very important transformative journey is important. But you mentioned the action plan. Before that, I will mention something else which is important for peace to be just and sustainable. Which is accountability. We just recently had our only 4th summit in a long history of the Council of Europe in Reykjavik, and our leaders decided to form a register. It was mentioned by Prime Minister Shmyhal, and it was reflected also in the second panel when the register of damage, of infrastructural damage was mentioned, that it will join our register. So our register is about victim-centered support and having a place where people who suffered loss and damage, civil or moral or material, can deposit their claims. Because this is also, how do we know what it's owed to Russia, to Ukraine, if we don't know what the claims are? So I'm convening next week the 42, hopefully soon 45 state parties, all states from 3 continents, all G7 members, almost all Council of Europe members. We reached to 3 continents. I hope with today's conference that we are reaching to Africa as well. And with this, I would like to say that a register is open to everyone who is like-minded, who want to support this victim-centered approach. And the register will be based in The Hague and with an antenna in Kyiv. So this is about accountability. I think that is important for the peace. For the action plan that we have on resilience, recovery, and reconstruction, actually, indeed, it has a part which deals with how to restore, how to work with the reform of judiciary, how to also reform constitutional court in a way that is compliance with the European standards. And what we are doing actually is all also important in at least 2 other ways. One is, in general, we talk about business opportunities, investments, which will bring prosperity. But in general, you know, rule of law, combating corruption is good for each and every citizen in every aspect of life they live. So we are working on that, and I'm glad that at each of the discussion, anti-corruption was mentioned. We are also working on economic crime in general. general, which is very important for investment, as you well know. So on media reform, on reforms that are actually making Ukraine stronger democracy, stronger rule of law country, and in that way actually more apt for the future that we all, I think, were trying to describe how we will add our part to it, and I think there is a lot to do from all of our parts. So indeed, our action plan is mentioned for 4 years. It's the biggest action plan that we have in different member states. But I think the work we do really support what we want the Ukraine to have, which is a lot of investment, a lot more businesses. Someone was saying all what is to be done is also to attract Ukrainians who are, for obvious reason, not in Ukraine to come back. And I think that's crucial because you need people to really move the country forward. So I think what we are doing at the Council of Europe with our action plan helps business environment conducive for investment, but actually helps Ukraine in general. And I think, and that was what I take from all 3 panels, and I'm happy one to be the last one. I think we all agree that we can do more and that we should do more. And I'm glad for the register that you proposed, which will actually list what we were saying now and then see whether we walk the talk. And I think if we do so, if we do it together, we will prevail, and Ukraine will very soon get where it wants to be, a modern and developed European country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. You've heard some diverse perspectives and common purpose. I'd like to come back, if I may, to Kemi Badenoch, our Secretary of State for Business and Trade, for your reflections and perhaps your hopes for the outcomes of this conference.
Well, I think my reflections are just how much in sympathy we all are in terms of what it is we're trying to achieve. I think what I really hope is that Yulia can take a lot of reassurance and encouragement from all of the things that the panelists have been saying throughout this plenary session. We are committed. We are going to put resources in. We have lots of bright ideas. I think, you know, the story that Lena was talking about, just showing how the mindset of Ukrainians, you are actually inspiring us to do so much. And the more of that we see, I think the more people will come together to help support the reconstruction effort, the recovery effort. And this plenary session, I think, is one which should be giving hope not just to you, but across the government. So I'm really pleased that we've been able to put this on, and hope I've left you feeling very optimistic, as well as everyone in the room and all the participants as well.
Thank you very much indeed. Invest, invest, invest. And that's the end of the session. But thank you very much indeed to the panelists.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that's me. No, someone from plenary will be coming to break up one. I don't know, not sure who it will be.
only for auditorium.
Guys
Yeah.
saying I've got all the names.
Okay. Yeah, just the seating. That's just the seating time for them. It's not seating time for stage. No. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, good. Excellent.
That's my fault.
No, it's probably my fault for not concentrating. She said, oh, I can't see the changes on the running. Do they look the same? This is and then she said, what's on the front side? I was like, who are you? Literally going around in circles. Far too nice of food. Far too nice of food and too much time. I'm having an orange. I think we just overdosed on it just to make sure.
Hello. Everything's balanced and all that. Cool.
Yeah, just a quick one. He said,
So which? So like, what's your, do you want me to go and give you a Lexan shot?
Yeah, I am giving the left and shot.
You're doing that. Okay. So Vasco, I want to make sure that it's square onto you.
A little bit. Yeah. Seems good to me.
So 15:55 stuff.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you might. Would you mind just hanging around until I'm back? Yeah. I'll just need to go and find Neil, and then I'll.
You're with me here.
Until he comes back. Yeah, because I've been on the other one since 7 this morning.
Do you know, this is the thing, the processes are all fucked up in this.
Yeah.
Getting information from the left, right and centre.
I'm going to sit down.
She's the owner of the transparency. Well, if anyone is hearing me in the chat, I've just heard from Identity that they don't want to start late, they want to start on time. Don't officially. So I'm going to, hopefully they'll be back soon. Oh, hello. Just the lady.
Does that mean yes, no? No, not me.
Hello, hello. What? Hello.
When you say to me any changes, I sort of think, well, which version? Well, I haven't got a version at all. So, and as from the last version you sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I haven't got anything to say, but as long as Anna has, it's fine. I report back to them of any changes. As long as they've got the final version, I'm happy. I don't really need to know unless anything's popped up.
No, that's fine. As long as it's thank you. Walking, so we should be going near and stuff. Yes.
I need to have a while. So I've already done this. And I'll sit back and be quiet. I am. I've got you. And just on the call, I don't mind being honest. So if you need to call on me. Well, if you did, I'll be at the back room and you could use and abuse me. Thank you, ladies.
Right, guys, let's go to walking.
Okay, we're not. Nope. Open the doors. What? Open the doors.
Can't open the doors. We don't open the doors until we get instructions to open.
Okay.
Just, I would stay on the doors and don't let people in for a moment.
Hello.
Hi.
Lovely lady there.
Right.
Walking off. So, see what the session is. Forward outside, say what exactly is just about to announce. Which one are you? It's not my one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Taylor. Is that okay? Good? Yep.
How low was that? They had really, really low. Oh, okay, that's perfect then. That's great. All right. My colleague Steve was here as well. Okay, good. Right. Great. Cheers, mate.
Starting 10 minutes late. No, I don't know. Oh, we're starting 10 minutes late. We're shaking 10 minutes off, so we might lose the right honourable at the end. Starting 10 minutes late, shaking 10 minutes off.
There you go.
Great. Boom, boom. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Have a nice time.
Thanks. Having a joyous time already.
Do you know what I mean? I am now completely exhausted. I feel like we leave. And you, bye, you guys.
Yeah. Ah, it's point.
Yeah, no, I know.
end of the day, because I've got notes on it, I didn't have the last page of my own running order. So I've made notes on yours.
You can have it.
No, you can have it, but I need it back at the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll leave it when it is.
Super. Thanks, chap.
All right.
history. You've got everything.
I'm going to be moving the camera.
Okay, well, I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna move the camera, just zoom into like speakers, but my camera is pretty small, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to see way.
This is a full play for them, so they can't really stay there, I'm afraid. So wait for them to come in and out.
Okay,
Sorry.
It's actually the same thing on the other room, so like people on the stage, and like I don't think like anyone will pass here.
Yeah, it's the only way in for those guys, in or out. So,
Yeah, I
still waiting on 2 and 3.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and welcome in the panel. Both ministers, Foreign Secretary and the Vice Prime Minister, they are expected to arrive in about 5-7 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience and we'll start shortly. Thanks.
transparency session. It will start shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Happy. Why? 222? Two? Two? Can't hear that. Why? That's why, because he's put it back there. Number 9 seconds as well. He's removed it. Put it down under my note. Put it out my note. Taylor, yeah? Who is number 9? Taylor.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you for coming. Let's get to it. So we have a fantastic panel with Yulia Sviridenko, First Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, James Cleverly, UK Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, then Gerrit Jan Koopman, Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, European Commission, Stephanie von Friedeburg, Senior Managing Director at Citibank, Semen Krivonos, Director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, and Viktor Nestulia, Chair, Rise Coalition of Ukrainian CEOs. And we'll start with Yulia Sviridenko, opening remarks. Thank you very much. Of course, you can, I mean, you do, you know, you can. Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, dear, I think that I damaged something. Everything works good. So first, I would like to start with a statement that no doubt that Ukraine is a partner and integral part of the free world. So our victory and reconstruction are just beginning of a long journey, and we understand it very well. And Ukraine has started like a country that was a recipient of international aid, and we're very grateful for the fact that you provide us with this aid that help us to keep the macroeconomic stability. But we are absolutely sure that we will become a global contributor. We will try to, before this conference, to have the internal discussion inside of Ukrainian government and the presidential office, and to develop 9 sectors that we have outlined in our vision is the key to Ukraine's transformation. So we are, in 10 years, we would like to be a reliable source of energy for Europe and one of the leaders in the green industry. So second, we think that our agricultural sector will be able to provide food for more than 600 million people. Ukrainians' critical materials resources will become the basis for the development of high-tech products. We would become the fastest growing country in the region, and the scale of Ukraine's reconstruction will be unprecedented. So the development and modernization of Ukrainian infrastructure will make Ukraine an integral part of the EU network. And our strong army and military-industrial complex will ensure security in the region on NATO's eastern border. Of course, all this needs strategic investment and strategic investors that should come to Ukraine. The basis is the trust of our partners and stability of our country. So, of course, we understand perfectly well that we must provide the security so that business and people can trust and develop without any fear. No doubt that the biggest guarantee can be NATO membership. And Ukraine will definitely become a member. And we must ensure access to larger markets. And without any doubts, access to EU market is the best guarantee for this. And of course, in addition to this, we need to have a comprehensive reform agenda, the result of which will support investors at the very stage, from the idea of investing and setting up a business in Ukraine to its successfully operation in Ukraine. We are in a constant dialogue with investors, and we understand their needs and are already working on them. Investors need smart governance and clear rules of game. As an example, just this year, the government has run a competition and appointed independent supervisory board of big state-owned companies like Naftogaz, Ukrposhta, Chatbank, and others. We need an enhanced business climate. For achieving this aim, we have started a huge deregulation, going through 1,000 different regulations and cancelling hundreds. Business asks for access to capital and clear and competitive fiscal policy. Here we're already working on creation of Ukrainian Development Fund, which is going to provide equity capital to many important investment projects. We also need a modern labor market that will require labor market and access to specialists, and we already start to amend, to work out the amendments to the law, so to provide a comprehensive draft reform. So we are systematically work with the world's best economists on this issue and policies to ensure that all these needs addresses in the Ukrainian business environment, in law, regulation, and public service. We are taking the commitments to transform Ukraine into the most convenient and quickest country for doing business. Timothy, I was trying as quick as possible, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I damaged everything.
So thanks a lot, Yulia. And, you know, I didn't announce Rostislav Shurma from a deputy head of the office of the president of Ukraine, because he's so dear to my heart that I always think, you know, he's everywhere. So in that sense, I just kind of assumed that he's announced, but he was not. So my apologies for that. Nonetheless, he's not speaking right now. He will be a little bit later. Foreign Secretary, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is all about adaptation. This is about flexibility and adaptation. We're demonstrating that today. Look, thank you for coming here. The agenda on this session is a real priority, and it is really good to see that the room is currently over capacity, because I think it shows the real interest that there is. And I'm going to start off by saying that our Ukrainian friends, our Ukrainian colleagues, have made notable progress on reform and transparency, all of which has been done during a period of incredibly disturbing and trying circumstances. We've seen speeches from the Ukrainian leadership in the main plenary session this morning, demonstrating their commitment. We've heard the comments from Minister Sviridenko about Ukraine's economic vision. But we should recognize that reform has many purposes, but all of those purposes serve to improve government standards and government effectiveness. Now, the primary aim of reform in Ukraine, in this instance, is to boost investor confidence and bring in the money that Ukraine needs for its reconstruction. Donors need to see progress with regard to reform and transparency to give the confidence to keep the flow of international investment coming into Ukraine. And of course, that's exactly what Ukraine wants as well. Now, wars can devastate both victors and losers alike, but they can also strengthen and cultivate a country's inherent qualities, achieving hitherto unutilized advantages, realizing untapped potential, and that is exactly what we are seeing with regard to Ukraine. Now, reform is about transparency, it's about accountability, it's about the rule of law, it's about free markets, and of course markets need to be regulated to keep them free from manipulation and allow them to maintain competition. And this is the path that Ukraine has chosen to take, and the UK fully supports Ukraine's decision to do so. And the UK has been a long-standing friend and partner in Ukraine's reform and anti-corruption journey. We've done so for many years, and I'm very glad that through our partnership, but predominantly through Ukraine's own efforts, we are seeing progress. Take Prozoro. It's a procurement system. Along with other allies, we, the UK, helped Ukraine roll this out. And it has generated an incredible saving of $255 million in 2021 alone. Even more importantly than that, it means that essential support, including food, has been delivered to war-torn Ukrainian communities quicker and more effectively. And that $255 million can now be reinvested to where Ukraine needs it most. This is the prize. This is the opportunity. I also want to briefly highlight two projects that we're delivering alongside our American friends in USAID. The flagship TAPAS project is building transparency and accountability into public services in Ukraine. We are putting £12 million into the project. The US has just increased its own contribution by over $10 million. The UK and the US have jointly invested $53 million in Ukraine's digital transformation since 2016. And today, Ukraine has the highest ranking in the EU's latest European Open Data Index, despite being in 17th place just 2 years ago. And we should remind ourselves that transformation has happened whilst this country is fighting to defend itself against Russia's illegal and unprovoked full-scale invasion. That's why we are so proud to continue working alongside our international friends in support of Ukraine. And the US and the UK are working together on state-owned enterprise reform as well. We put £3.5 million into a project that reforms, or perhaps moves for the very first time, state-owned assets into private ownership. Supporting projects like this is why I entered politics. And to see it being delivered in a country defending itself again is quite remarkable. And I'm sure that's part of the motivation which sees the United States adding $20 million to help support Ukraine's public sector in wartime so that they can get the best value for money from every single penny spent by the Ukrainian state. And today, I'm delighted to confirm the UK's support, ongoing support, including £15 million from our Good Governance Fund. And unsurprisingly, this does exactly what it says on the tin. It helps deliver good governance. Now, I could go on all day about how proud I am of Ukraine's reform, not just on the battlefield, but in their institutions. But there is enough conflict in the world, and I do not want to generate any more by overstaying my time at the lectern. But I want to finish by saying this is a conversation that we need to have. It is not always the easiest conversation to have, but I am genuinely grateful that Ukrainians, the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian leadership has embraced our friendship in support in this issue, because this will underpin their recovery in the future. Slava Ukraini.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. So before going to the specific changes and the reforms that we plan to do, maybe I would like to quickly remind about why we are planning to do that. I don't see, is it working? Yeah. So not everybody was at the sessions before, so we have very clear vision what we want to build in Ukraine in the economy. We want to build these segments where we have really strong competitive advantages and where we have the strong fundamentals behind. We obviously see that this is the energy, with this investment tickets about perhaps 400 billion. I will not stop on that, but on the next session we will deeply elaborate on this, revealing all the fundamentals, all the segments, all the calculations, how we arrive to these numbers. The second one is about the green industries, specifically green steel, and as well in tomorrow's sessions we'll have a deep dive in the green steel industry and deep analysis and competitive advantages. The other absolutely clear story is about the agri. Everybody knows agri sector of Ukraine, and we see the huge potential again of the dozens of billions of investments as well will be covered tomorrow. And the same is about the critical minerals such as lithium, uranium, graphite, titanium, iron, and others. And obviously, as a result of that, we expect that Ukraine will become a construction boom country for a decade. And in total, this is all about the investment ticket for hundreds of billions. But now, what we need to do and change for this to happen? There are two things before we speak about the reforms that perhaps are much bigger than all the reforms together. The first one is NATO, and the other one is EU. Why NATO? Let's put ourselves at the place of business. Would you invest billions now while you are at the risk of being your asset fully destroyed? Obviously, we do implement the war risk insurance, and we do believe that it will cover the first projects, maybe the first dozen of projects, maybe for hundreds of millions, for billions. But we will not be able to implement such a big program with war risk insurance. The only and the best war risk insurance is NATO. The second one is European Union, and first of all about the market of European Union. Obviously, the Ukrainian recovery will be a good market, specifically for the construction, for the infrastructure companies, but the main value of all these segments, of all these ideas, is about the access with the competitive products to the European market. Now, what homework should we do in Ukraine to make ourselves competitive? The first one perhaps will be about the law enforcement agencies and judicial reforms. I think this is perhaps the most complicated topic because I think nobody has a clear answer to it. Let's be frank. There are many roadmaps, many action plans. Some of them are being already fulfilled for 2-3 years, but still we are not yet there. But what are the good signs? The good signs, I think that the results, for example, for the NABU, the recent case for taking the head of the Supreme Court of Ukraine at the bribe, I think this is the very vivid evidence that the anti-corruption infrastructure works in Ukraine. Because I can hardly imagine any other country in the world where as well corruption exists in the courts where this type of operation would happen. What we plan to do in the courts fundamentally? We plan to segment it into two big categories. Everything which is immaterial, we want to convert to digital courts, because we have a good track record with our digital public services, and the courts will be one of them as the next. Everything which is about material, commercial, and administrative courts will be under very tough supervision and analysis of the fair practices there in the courts. As for the law enforcement agencies, I think quite quickly, just after this conference, you will see the next steps that we will take. I think it's about the weeks. But finally, what we want to implement, that there is only one window of communication for the business. There are no 4, 5, 7 agencies that are visiting the business on the different matters, and the bribes is a result of this contact. There will be only one with the opportunity to communicate on all the matters. Number 2 block is about the digitalization. So everybody knows about the progress that we have done with the DIA and with the digitization of public services. We plan only to enhance the speed of the public services that we will provide, because the logic is very simple. If there is no physical contact with the bureaucrat, there is no risk of corruption. And there is one more important step that I believe that we will take. I cannot tell you definitely that we will do, because it is still under discussion, but under the very deep and serious discussion with the whole team, with the president, with the prime minister, we want to be the first fully cashless economy. We know that there is a lot of debates about this from the different stakeholders, that we are eliminating the rights of the people with no cash, but we believe this will be the very effective tool to eliminate, I think, 95 to 99% of all the corruption cases in the country, if there is no cash at all. And I think we come in the nearest months with the roadmap and with the final decision whether we do it or not. But I believe the decision will be yes. Next item. What is important else for the business? The competitive tax system. Because I see the representatives of many multinationals in this room. And when you plan where to put up your next facility, your next headquarters, you check on the multiple criteria. And the tax rates is one of them. So if you want to compete with our neighboring countries, we need to offer the rates which are, in fact, not worse than they offer, because they have many other advantages. This is number 1. And number 2 is the system of communication and administering. And here we'll go back to the full digitization of the process. The next block, which is really important, is about access to finance. you could hardly find the project in any industry, in any company, which is funded fully from the equity of the owners. It's always about the blend of equity and the blend of loans, about different types of loan products. That's why we will increase our work with trying to access to the export credit agencies, setting up the Ukrainian Development Fund, which will be running very intensively together with BlackRock, with JP Morgan, with McKinsey, who are now consulting us on setting it up, and on the accession, obviously, to the European Union funds, structural funds, to build up different industries. Next one, labor market. Unfortunately, Ukraine has inherited quite post-Soviet regulation for the labor market. We plan to change it quite fundamentally in the nearest half a year, I think. What do we mean? First of all, this is the easiness of hiring and firing people. This is about the model of paying the salaries, moving to the hourly wages from the monthly salaries, removing the limits for the working weeks, working months, because we need to rebuild the country and we need to provide the right and freedom for every person. If the person wants to work 60 hours per week to rebuild the country, let him or her work. We should not limit that. Next block, as you see, we are speaking about liberalizing and about the free economy. But for the free economy, we need to have the strong regulators. And here we have three very important items. Item number one is the antitrust. Unfortunately, at the moment, the antitrust agency is not operating full scale in Ukraine, and we plan to adopt the new law in the nearest weeks, I believe next session or the one after the next, which was developed together with international partners, which will provide the true capacity to our antitrust agency. Number two is the financial market regulator. The law is developed. It's being approved in the committees. I think there are final 5 to 7 points that we are still discussing. Again, it was developed together with the international partners, and I believe a month or two, it will be fully adopted and implemented in Ukraine. And the energy sector, here we have finished, because the law has been adopted 2 weeks ago. The new regulator, which was fully agreed in terms of the authority with the European Commission and European Energy Council, is now in place, and physically will build up this capacity, I think, within the next months for the energy regulator. What is really as well important to boost the business activity is to eliminate the business and market distortions. As well, we've done the very bold step on the energy rates just a couple of weeks ago. As you might know, we have increased the rates for the electricity for the citizens, for the population 2 times. You can hardly find any country which has done this during the war, because we have analyzed multiple cases, and I must say in the 99%, the governments have been very populistic in keeping the rates at the flat level and not touching them before the end of the war. And we did it. The same we have to do for many other products, and we are intended to change it. As well, we plan to enhance the access of the private capital to the sectors which have been traditionally led and owned only by the government. The sectors like the education, like the healthcare, like the infrastructure, and others. Next item, privatization. We definitely will go with the massive and scalable privatization. Just to confirm that, we have recently, just 6 months ago, started really big privatization for the small and medium enterprises in absolutely digital model through the ProZorro system. And the results have been impressive. The price and the tickets for the same enterprises that have been sold before the war, during the war have increased 2 to 3 times. And already we have got, since the half a year during the war, more than 5 billion in receipts from the privatization. And we expect that this number will grow exponentially further. And for those companies that will stay government-owned or partially government-owned, they will all be corporatized and will be structured under single sovereign wealth fund and properly managed as the holding company. Capital amnesty. We've done an unsuccessful effort to do the amnesty of capital in Ukraine just half a year before the war. No result. So we think that we will suggest a very bold approach of implementing full amnesty of capital with no implementation, with no exclusions, because we need to mobilize all the capital that is in the country to transform and rebuild our country. And perhaps the final page where we want to win in the competition. Every company which considers where to put the facility, again, checks where to do and where to build. And unfortunately, we have very few competitive advantages to our neighbors. And one of them, we will believe, is the easiness to build the facility. Today, I think Ukraine is perhaps the most simple, the easiest country in the world to set up legal entity. You can do it online within a couple of hours. And we want to repeat the story for the physical facility. And here we break down the task to 4 main items. The first one is about land allocation and functional use of land. The draft of the law is ready and will be submitted to the parliament in the next weeks. The second one is about the connecting to the utilities. Any facility needs electricity, gas, water, and others. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, I think this is the very weak place because it's very bureaucratized and very complicated. It will change fundamentally in 3 to 4 months. Architecture and municipality approvals. My colleague Alexander Kubrakov has already spoken on that, and the law is already voted, which fixes 70 to 80% of these issues. And I think it will be soon approved finally. And the residual part will be again fixed within half a year. And the final one is about the environmental approvals. Unfortunately, they are often overcomplicate the process for 3, 4, 6 months. As well, we plan to liberalize this substantially. And just to summarize, we are intent to fully comply with the European standards and European rules. But we think that for the transitory period, for the intensive recovery, it may be 3, 5, 7 years, I think we should have a special regime. Special regime for the taxes to become really competitive. Special regime for some of the approval procedures to become much more liberal than the typical European standards. Because we need to build, build, and build. And the only bottleneck for these projects should be the resources and the capacity of the investor and the engineering process, but not the bureaucratic approvals. This is the way that we start now, and we'll reach our final target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rostislav. And I would like to invite to speak Gerrit-Jan Koopman, Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, European Commission.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me pick up where Rostislav left. He set out, I think, a compelling vision for an economic growth model anchored on 2 principles, as you said, NATO membership and EU membership. And maybe I can talk a little bit about what EU membership, or rather working with the EU, eventually becoming a member, offers this compelling vision. I think there are essentially 3 pillars that are relevant in this context. First, there is a big market. It's the world's biggest free market. And in fact, we have already today integrated Ukraine to a very large extent through an unprecedented free trade agreement that actually no third country has. So Ukraine benefits from an exceptional series of autonomous measures giving access to large parts of the internal market today already. So this is not something that eventually becomes available when union membership materializes. This is something that is there today. Secondly, the process of accession itself, I think, can best be understood as rewriting the software of a country. It's really about modernizing vital processes, essentially aiming at modernizing the fundamentals of democracy, putting in place good governance, the rule of law, strong anti-corruption practices, respect of fundamental rights, and also an economic reform agenda that makes you fit for an internal market where free competition and fair competition reigns supreme. So simply by going through a process that maybe at first sight looks bureaucratic, in fact, you modernize your economy. And what you've been talking about in many instances in terms of the reforms you're undertaking are in fact reforms that you need to do anyway to become a member state. So membership is like an economic North Star for the country. And we know that our Ukrainian friends see it this way, but we in the Commission also see it this way. And as you heard our President say this morning, we will work tirelessly with our Ukrainian partners to help them to become a member by introducing the necessary reforms. We know it is a lot of work and there are no shortcuts. You cannot cut corners. You actually need to do all the hard work. But what we see, and that was the message Mrs. von der Leyen gave this morning, is that you are embracing this very energetically. I cannot at this juncture say very much about where the Commission will come out in October, but what I can say today is that there is an enormously strong reform drive across a wide range of important chapters. So the modernization is starting already today and is making good progress. The third element is financial support. The Union, the EU and its member states have supported Ukraine and Ukrainian refugees, of which there are about 10 million in the EU, to the tune of 70 billion euros since the start of the war. That, I think, is the largest support we've ever offered a third country, but it is totally and utterly justified given the horrendous situation the country faces and the fact that it is fighting for our European values. Now, going forward, we all know that rebuilding the country will be costly and will require sustained reform going forward. And that is why yesterday the Commission proposed a very significant multi-annual 4-year financial package of 50 billion euros that not only would contribute significantly to funding the state as it re-establishes sound public finances, but also, and that's the crucial message for the private sector here in the room, would create a Ukrainian investment facility that would cover, through guarantees, many of the risks that investors would take as they invest in Ukraine. That plan will have to be specified in terms of its investments and in terms of its reforms, which obviously will have to be articulated with its European path. And payments under the plan will be conditional on progress on these reforms. The reason that I'm elaborating it is that we've just seen the presentation of a plan, and obviously Ukraine can only have one economic reform plan. So we will be working, hopefully, with our Ukrainian partners in the coming weeks and months to ensure that the Ukrainian reform plan, the economic plan, is also the foundation for this new instrument. And we hope that the international community can come on board and contribute equally to this plan. Now, I'm a very optimistic person because I know that enlargement and integration in the EU's internal market has lifted the generation of countries that joined in the 2000s to levels of economic prosperity that, frankly speaking, no one could have expected at the time. All these countries were growing 6 to 7%, not for a few years, but for 2 decades. And some of them now, I'm thinking of some of the Baltic states, the Czech Republic, are actually reaching levels of prosperity that soon will be above the average in the EU. So that is a message of hope. If the accession process and the reforms are well managed, the prospects for the country can be incredibly positive. And I think that's a message investors in the room should take home and reflect on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. I see that Rostislav Shurma is disappearing again, this time from the slides behind us. You know, you're not there again. Well, it wasn't my doing, but we'll try to get him back on, okay? Yeah, so
we haven't forgotten.
we are
short on time. So we have 17 minutes until the hard stop of the panel. And I was supposed to ask 3 questions to each panelist. I just don't have enough time to even ask these questions. And 3 people have not spoken a word yet. So I'm going to pose an open-ended question, but specific enough that you guys all can come in. And the question is, we have just outlined priorities for reforms in Ukraine, for structural and immediate, and also raised certain critical issues, notwithstanding the situation in which Ukraine is. What is missing, or what would you add, or do you believe these priorities? What's your take? What would you add to this? So that would be my general question to all panelists, and you just, volunteer. Maybe Stephanie, we'll start with you.
So first, thank you for the opportunity. This is indeed a very important subject matter. And I think as an investor on the panel, the investor on the panel, I need to speak for the investors. And let me start by saying, and everyone has said this, but we're looking for a consistent, transparent environment to invest for the long term. And governance and rule of law really are the critical pieces to that. And as horrible and horrific as the war is, if there is a silver lining for Ukraine, it's that we now have an opportunity to help Ukraine get this right. So what does that mean? I think very near term, if I were to pick 2 things that I think are fundamentally critical to enticing investment, the first would be recognition of international arbitration and rules against international arbitration as they come back into the country. This will give investors a sense of security that they don't have today working within the Ukrainian system. And the second, and I think it comes back to what we were talking about EU accession and NATO accession, we need to make sure that every single concessional dollar is tied to what President van der Leyen called today the coordinated community. So everything it's going to take to join the EU needs to be tied to that concessional money, and it shouldn't come without that. Then when I look a little bit longer into the medium term, we've talked a lot today about digitization. We heard the Secretary of State Blinken, Mr. Shermer recommended. Many people have been talking about the great work that the Ukrainians have already done. The one thing they haven't said about digitalization is that it actually levels the playing field for the small SMEs and the large companies at the same time. So the more that we can do to expand that digitization to allow all companies to compete equally in the current environment in Ukraine, especially since a great amount of the early economic growth is going to come from the SMEs, that will be critical. Then I also think that in the medium term, and I think you referenced this, Sherma, but one of the things that we really need to consider is a separate commercial court, and with that separate commercial court, one appellate court. And if we can consolidate all of that knowledge in one place, it will be faster and quicker to resolve conflicts and to move companies into bankruptcy. And if we can do that now, I think you will really, again, be signaling to the International Investment Committee that you're really serious about reforms. And then I think the last thing, and it's been touched on today, but maybe not quite as much as I would have liked to see it, is really the role of civil society and the private sector together. So I look back at Afghanistan and I say to myself, why did 2.4 of the $7.8 billion that was given to Afghanistan disappear? Was because there was no civil society watching over the disbursement of that money. Ukraine has a very deep, very rich civil society that we all need to continue to support. And then tied together with that is the private sector, which is exactly what we've been talking about. What is the short-term plan and what is the long-term plan for the implementation of the reform process? Again, if you go back to Bosnia-Herzegovina and you ask yourself, why did it fail? It failed because the business sector couldn't see the short and long-term plan, and civil society couldn't track and trace that long-term plan. And I actually think that the Ukrainians have the opportunity to get both of those things right as they move forward. And finally, I would be remiss to say that this is not all the responsibility of the government. It also matters who you do business with. I spent 30 years in the IFC before I joined Citibank. And if I walked away knowing one thing, it's who you do business with. So we must make sure that we hold all the partners who are going to be investing in Ukraine accountable for following best practice.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to turn to, the threat, I guess, of all corrupt officials in Ukraine, the director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. What's your take? Are you going to build the anti-corruption culture for good in Ukraine, or is it just still work in progress?
In progress, actually. But we can keep going. Я відповідатиму українською, з вашого дозволу. Прошу скористатися синхроном. Ми сьогодні багато говоримо про відкритість, про забезпечення прозорості процесів відбудови. Про це говорили лідери країн на початку нашої конференції. Про це говоримо ми зараз. І з одного боку, це про глибокі системні реформи, про зміну правил гри, про те, що ми почули зараз. А з іншого боку, це про сильні антикорупційні органи, про сильну антикорупційну інфраструктуру. Національне антикорупційне бюро України і спеціалізована антикорупційна прокуратура, створені з 2015 року, вже досягли значних результатів у своїй діяльності. І мені дуже приємно чути, що дуже багато присутніх на конференції знають про одне з наших найгучніших затримань. Це затримання керівника, колишнього голови Верховного суду України. Про що цей кейс? Він не просто про затримання, про викриття корупційного кейсу. Він про те, що антикорупційна інфраструктура, збудована за допомогою міжнародних партнерів, працює ефективно, здатна досягати результатів, працює на результат і концентрується на виявленні корупційних схем, що тривають. Корупційних схем, що вчиняються прямо зараз, вчиняються найвищими посадовими особами. Вона про те, що немає недоторканих осіб, вона про те, що створюється завдяки такій діяльності передумови для того, щоб в Україну приходили інвестиції, що інвестиції ці захищені, що антикорупційна система здатна захистити інвестора, здатна забезпечити прозорість розподілу коштів тих значних фінансів, які будуть надходити в Україну в результаті відбудови. Але потрібно говорити про те, що потрібно посилювати антикорупційну інфраструктуру, і суттєвою частиною, важливим документом, який схвалив уряд, є Державна антикорупційна програма, де значна частина стосується саме посилення антикорупційних органів. Це НАБУ, САП, ВАКС, посилення їхньої інституційної спроможності, збільшення їх штатної чисельності, створення експертної установи, відновлення електронного декларування і багато різних важливих аспектів, які дозволять антикорупційним органам працювати ще більш ефективно. І про що взагалі затримання тих чи інших топ-посадовців? Це не просто про затримання, це про попередження корупційних злочинів, це про зачищення від корупції цілих сфер суспільного життя. І чим сильніше буде антикорупційна інфраструктура, чим сильніше будуть антикорупційні органи, тим кращим буде інвестиційний бізнес-клімат. І найголовніше, що боротьба з корупцією – це найбільший запит на сьогоднішній день українського суспільства. Найбільший запит українського суспільства, який суттєво зріс після повномасштабного вторгнення Російської Федерації. Тому ефективна боротьба з корупцією, забезпечення прозорості – це в першу чергу забезпечення запиту українського народу на справедливість. Дякую.
Дякую. Thank you very much. So, and now, Victor Nestula, you are the chair of the Rise Coalition of Ukrainian civil society organizations. How do you see the role of the civil society in helping Ukraine become prosperous and fully democratic during and post-war?
Yes, thanks. Last but not least, civil society. Thanks for inviting us and giving the space. So Russia tried to destroy Ukrainian critical infrastructure and was somehow successful. But there is one component of Ukrainian critical infrastructure that Russia will never be able to destroy because it doesn't understand it. It's not existing in Russia. It's civil society. Civil society was always a foundation of Ukrainian development, and in many cases was a great partner of Ukrainian government. I'm glad that Mr. Cleverly mentioned Prozoro. Prozoro is an exceptional example of how cooperation between civil society, government, business, and international partners brings results. So it's a world-class procurement system that also inspired UK. And I'm happy that UK, during the development of its own procurement bill, referred to Prozoro multiple times, and it was mentioned in parliamentarian hearings here as well.
Yeah, that's good.
So going forward, we, Ukrainian civil society organizations, after the war beginning, we decided to unite to support the government of Ukraine with the future reconstruction efforts. And for us, RISE is not just a rise of Ukraine. It's foundation, reconstruction integrity, sustainability, and efficiency. Integrity is not possible without transparency and accountability. And Ukraine, before the war, was the most transparent government in the world, official rating. Obviously, war has its own impact. And right now, we do have some limited access to information and open data. And to introduce transparency back, we just have to do whatever we did before the war began. Moreover, we are now working with DREAM, Digital Restoration Ecosystem for Accountable Management, and once again, thanks UK for your generous support to make DREAM come true. So DREAM will not only introduce maximum level of transparency for the reconstruction, but also will make reconstruction of Ukraine accountable to the whole world. So every taxpayer who contributes to Ukrainian reconstruction will be able to track how every dollar, pound, hryvnia, euro is spent for rebuilding Ukraine. Then, integrity. Integrity, we do have a great infrastructure for integrity. National Agency for Corruption Prevention, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Prosecutor's Office, Specialized Anti-Corruption Court. Again, we just have to continue doing what we've been doing. We have to strengthen these institutions, we have to protect these institutions, and we have to do the job, using all the transparency and other tools that Ukraine is proud to have. Sustainability. Sustainability is about building back better. And it's pretty complicated, to build back better. What is EU Green Deal and how to implement it? Does anyone know? I'm sure not. It's too complicated. To build back better, we need knowledge, we need technology, and we need your support to understand how to implement it in practice. So please help us with these reforms. And business, please bring your technology to Ukraine, not just use Ukraine to rebuild. And lastly, efficiency. Efficiency is about capability and capacity. We do have some challenges with Ukraine civil service reform. That's something that we have to protect. That's something that we have to strengthen. And it's all about Ukrainians who will build Ukraine. So we have to have strong bureaucracy with professionals in Ukrainian government. But not only in the central government. Decentralization is core. We have to ensure that communities are capable and have all the capacity and support. So RISE, transparency, accountability, integrity, sustainability, and efficiency, these are foundations for successful economic development. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So our job today is impossible because we have to fit concluding remarks and two or three floor interventions in the next 2 minutes. Do we have energy for the floor intervention? Okay. Okay, good. So that gives us 2 minutes for the concluding remarks. We'll start with Deputy Prime Minister. That's what it says. I have to go with you first.
I'm not sure that it works.
You have a mic here.
I think I have
yeah, that's the mic. That's okay. That's the mic. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So actually, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all participants of this panel, because I think it's one of the core panel during this discussion, because we can build up our vision of what we would like to reach, but in case if we won't be able to provide the structural reforms, even during the wartime, we won't be able to reach it. So that's why I think that this discussion was rather interesting for the audience as well. And I think that's something that Rastislav Sharma was emphasizing. It's extremely important. And I hope that we would have the further discussion. So that's why I think that we would still keep working on all the structural reforms that we committed previously, and it's not because we have these commitments, because it's important for us to provide them, as it would make us stronger. And as you know, we are fighting, we always emphasize, we are fighting not on the front line, we are fighting on the economic front as well. So that's why it's extremely important for economy to keep running, to provide all these reforms. So that's why I would just to say my best wishes to all the participants, and I hope that this conference would be different from all conference on recovery, as we might see the implementation of these things that we're talking about. I think it's something important we should be focused on. And during the next conference, we would see, is there any progress on something that we are discussing here? Okay, Timothy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Foreign Secretary, please.
Thank you. I don't know if my microphone is working. Yes, good. Well, look, I would, as one of the co-hosts with our good Ukrainian friends, as one of the co-hosts, I'm incredibly proud that we have this session on the agenda, that it's so well attended, and also the engagement from every element of Ukrainian society is represented here on the panel. And one of the things that I think was particularly notable, one of the things that I found very reassuring, was the Ukrainian government plan for reform. And one of the things that has struck me, and I've said this publicly a number of times, over the last 15, 16 months, we've seen the Ukrainian armed forces evolve and improve and modernize and reform in the midst of an intense conflict of self-defense. And for me, that's a proof point that when the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian leadership, set their mind to a challenge, their ability to deliver against that is incredibly impressive. And we have now seen a very well thought through plan of reform. And I think that gives and should give the confidence for investors that Ukraine has a plan, not just to win the war, but to win the peace. And I think we all have a duty and an interest in ensuring they're successful in both. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right.
So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.
Right, thank you, mate. Right. So, thank you very much. With this, let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session. Let's win the war and win the peace together. Thank you very much, and we conclude this fantastic session.